Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everybody. Z, good to see you. Victus, Nancy's in an ops group. No worries, no worries. It's good to see her back in the Old Republic for sure. How is everybody tonight? We're going to get things kicked off here. Our big things is it's salmonberry season. We're going to spend a lot of our time hunting salmonberries, which means we'll also do things like artifacts, and we will dig up any of those. We'll find any forageables, maybe cut down some trees here and there to collect wood. But foraging should get a good shot in the arm. If we look at our skills, I would say we'll hit level 5 foraging. So that'll be the first 4 days. And then we will roll into anything else. Now, we do still have to do things like water our crops and all that kind of stuff as well, so we don't want to neglect those kind of things. Tired? Yeah, get some rest. How close are you guys to your 34? You have one coming up soon, or? Alright, let's water the dog, water the crops. And at some point, we should probably upgrade our watering can. I'll make life a little easier here. So a strategy for upgrading your watering can. Because if you don't have your watering can, you can't water crops. So if you've got crops in, that can be a problem. But what you can do if you don't want to miss a watering day is, let's say it was going to rain tomorrow, right? What you do is you water today, then you get your watering can being upgraded. And you can't do this on a festival day. Then the next day it will rain, so you won't have to water your crops. And then the third day, then you can pick it up, and then you can water your crops again, so you don't actually lose a day. So that can be a strategy to not lose a watering day. Now let's see, is this... That's all done. Let's clean this stuff out just so we can see better. There we go. Now the nice part here is going to be, once we get this done, we shouldn't need a whole lot of energy. Foraging doesn't take energy, so we can do that all day long, not have an issue. We're probably going to have to eat here. You know what? Let's just eat our carrots. Why not? We grew them, we can eat them. Alright, we do have 4 more rice, so we'll put them right along here. I think I put one of my rice in a bad spot, but that's alright. Okay, everything looks watered by 10 o'clock. Not too bad. First 2 hours, if we can get through all of our chores, we're actually doing okay. Okay, I think we're going to want to carry with us at least our... Let's see. Yeah, we'll take those 3. Alright, let's hit the road. Now, there's different routes we can take here. But what we're looking for are the salmonberry trees. We can hit those. We'll keep our eye open for any of the artifact spots. And then we will also grab any forageables along the way. And let's just see if we can get ourselves to level 5. Now with no speed boosts and trying to cover the whole valley, this will probably take a good section of the day, which is fine. I'm doing well. Sorry, missed your question. Just got done watching Formula 1 qualifying with my youngest, which was fun. If you're into racing, which we are. Him and I, anyway. You know what? The hat was nice, but I'm ditching the hat. I did post a thought of the day the other day about hats. There are lots of hats in the game. Hats and gaming go hand in hand. People like hats. Watching since about 9, so it's a long journey. Oh, so you watch Formula 1 as well? Very nice. Yeah, I've been watching Formula 1, honestly, since the 90s. My son and I have been watching it together, I don't know, probably 5 or 6 years. I can't remember when he got into it. All right. Yeah, it's at least here in the States, Drive to Survive has been good for popularity. Oh, we didn't bring our scythe. We need to clean that up at some point. So Formula 1, as far as, you know, in the States here, has varying popularity, but it's definitely growing. We're gonna grab these because they're hardwood. And we do need to collect hardwood for what? For the worm bins, so. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with new fans, but yeah, you're right. It's sometimes you get fans that are just fans for the time because it's popular. All right, so who's your team? Who's your driver? Who you rooting for? We'll see. We'll see if you're a true fan or not. No, I'm not doubting it. It's hard to not like watching McLaren this year, though. Yeah, I haven't watched much NASCAR in a long time. Oh, we got a cutscene. No hate. I look at it like this. If you're a Formula 1 driver, you're the best in the world. Even the worst Formula 1 driver is an amazing driver. I'll share mine. I'm gonna make you share yours first, though. You want to explore the sewers. Look how gross that drip is. Well, I mean, you're Aussie or you live in Australia, right? You better like Piastri. Be blasphemy otherwise. Yeah, it's cool to see the gender diversity starting to pop in. Like even on the cruise now, you see a lot of female engineers and stuff becoming part of the teams. That part is really cool. Oh, there's nothing wrong with being a Hamilton fan. He has been a machine, man. Yeah, we're fond of Norris. We're fond of Leclerc. Leclerc's popular in our house. Ferrari's having a rough year this year, though, so it's kind of rough to see that. But Hamilton, Leclerc at Ferrari could be scary. We'll see what happens. They actually did okay in qualifying. I don't know. Have you watched qualifying yet? Sorry, I don't want to put any spoilers out. I think you said you were watching qualifying. Yeah, Ferraris. Ooh, I just smacked that with an axe. I guess that works. Ferrari's an interesting case because if you like Ferrari, there's nothing wrong with liking Ferrari, but because they are such a popular mark, you'll get accusations of being like, well, yeah, sure, you just like Ferrari because of, you know, whatever. They are one of the pinnacles of the sport, though, for sure. But yeah, I'm really enjoying the two McLaren drivers, though. And the fact that they are both, like, they're within, 10 points of each other or something like that. McLaren's wrapped up the constructors. That's over. Nobody's going to touch them for that, so now it's just down to the drivers. Okay, it's the 15th, so we got to remember we should accidentally find it, but on the 17th we'll go ahead and get I think we'll bring our scythe with us tomorrow and clean up weeds as well. Got to make sure we get our pot of gold and our hat from the leprechaun. I don't know if there's actually a leprechaun involved. But yeah, I think tomorrow we might do some forest cleanup, at least with the scythe. Because again, that doesn't take energy either. Unfortunately, we can't get to the secret woods yet. Our axe will not do the stumps. There's a hacky way to get by. If you put a chair like right there, you can actually sit in the chair and you can jump this stump and get into the secret woods if you are willing to do the glitch. I'm not going to. That's just personal choice, but Laguna Seca is awesome. We used to go over, I don't know, it was probably 5 or 6 years in a row. It's been a long time since we've done it. We used to go over to Laguna Seca, watch the sports car races all the time. Yeah, the Laguna Seca track is fun. There is something special about watching the cars go through the corkscrew. That is just insane. Okay, how'd we do? 64. So 128, 256. If we keep that pace up by the end of the run, we still can go over to the bus stop here and maybe pick up a few more. So. But yeah, I love Laguna Seca. Laguna Seca is one of my favorite tracks. Just whether I'm there live watching a race or even just driving it in a video game. Yeah, Laguna Seca is awesome. One of my favorites, Victus. Yeah, I'll admit, I don't watch any of the American... I mean, I'll watch a sports car race, which, like SCCA type stuff, occasionally. I'll watch some of the endurance racing. But Indy and NASCAR, I haven't watched in years. Mostly it's just time. I only have so much time in my day, so... Okay, let's see how we did here. I think we will... Let's sell the daffodils. Everything else has food value. So we'll keep all the things that we can eat. Although that's going to be less of an issue once we kind of now get salmonberries in place. Okay, so I think for the next run, we want to take our scythe with us. We didn't fill up our inventory, so we're okay there. Alright, let's go ahead and grab, I guess, the dandelions. So let's go ahead and keep clearing out some trees, and then we'll go on a hardwood run here. So, now that we have our upgraded axe, we can take out these stumps. As we saw in the secret woods, we can't take out the big logs yet. But these stumps will give us hardwood. And we need hardwood to make worm bins. What do we need for a worm bin? We need hardwood, gold, and iron. Which I think... Let's go ahead and take our copper and our coal. Thought we had some gold. We might have already taken it up to the mines. We'll get some of that rolling. So tomorrow I think we'll also check all of our chests. Galactic, how you doing? Using Clippy to avoid ID verification. I haven't noticed anything like that, but I don't have anything that I think is running afoul of any ID verifications. Not something I've had to deal with. On YouTube? Are you talking about on YouTube? The age verification thing? Or something different? Let's just say at the age I am, yeah, it's like, I was about to say the same thing. The age I am, getting ID'd for anything is not a thing anymore. I would almost be insulted if somebody's like, we don't think you're 21 or 18. It'd be like, really? You're just being silly. So yeah, I don't get mistaken for being underage. Alright, there might be a stump in here, it's just hard to see. Maybe one right there. There's a big dark spot. There we go. Oh, and that's perfect. We leveled foraging. Which means we get a nice big free energy upgrade. Or not upgrade, but we'll get full energy tomorrow, so we can stay out late. Although we're running out of energy ourselves, and I don't know if I want to eat. It is 12 o'clock, so what do we have for energy left? Alright, let's just take out some rocks and sticks and things. And so what I mean by that, if you're newer to the game, is if you stay out past 12 o'clock, there's a formula. I think every 10 minutes you're out past the time limit, you'll actually gain back less energy the next day. Which can be a problem, right? You don't want to be out of energy. Late game, it doesn't matter as much. Early game, it is critical. But if you level a skill, you'll always come back with full energy the next day. So we can go ahead and take advantage of that by staying out a little bit later. Alright, are we get rain tomorrow? Nope. And so that kind of works out. There we go. Alright, trees got 25% more wood. Chance to double harvest foraging. Oh, which way do I want to go? What am I feeling today? Let's see. I usually take the gatherer, honestly, because the level 10 is foraged items are always highest quality versus lumberjack, trees drop hardwood, and syrups are worth more. So I think we're going to go ahead and go with the chance for double harvest and forage items. Because again, that just means we can collect more stuff. Wood, we get plenty of wood. There's infinite supplies of trees, so it might just take us a little bit longer. So we'll go ahead and go with gatherer. Hey, Shaloves, welcome to the stream. Good to see you. All right, see you in a bit, Victus. Oh, Z says see you in a bit, Victus, as well. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Yeah, 27 minutes. We're already in day 2. I figured these first 4 days are going to go really fast because we're not pausing at all. We're just doing work. So, yay, rain tomorrow. That'll be nice. Again, early days, rain is a nice thing. Oh, good news for me. Breakthrough in our research for local environment. Spare you the technical details to get to the point. You know the empty cave? I do. A way to turn it into something useful for both of us. Set up a cave to attract some local species. That way I can observe them in a more controlled environment. You can harvest whatever products they produce. You set up the cave to attract mushrooms or fruit bats. The bats will sometimes leave fruit for you to collect. We normally do bats. Trying to think in our first vanilla, what did the original decon pick? I think he picked mushrooms, honestly. How do you get a larger version to use as thumbnails? So like the actual avatars or the character, like the character portraits? So what are you trying to get? Like the full body or the faces? I'm tempted to do mushrooms. We haven't done mushrooms in a long time. I usually do bats, and bats give us all kinds of forageables and fruits and things, but I'm thinking we do get the dehydrator if we do mushrooms. Do we need the dehydrator? Not particularly. Oh, these big decisions. All right, I'm gonna do mushrooms. I just want to mix things up a little bit. Like I said, we do bats most of the time. So. All right, Demetrius. Well, thank you. All right, so we do need to sell in your home and right, let you know that Pierre Store is now selling fertilizers. Hey, Jamie, how you doing? No worries. Appreciate the like. Hope you're hanging in there and feeling better. All right, let's get the watering going here. All right, this kale's got to be getting close. There's our ancient fruit right there in the center. Probably could have put that in a better spot. Yeah, we still got enough water. All right, I didn't see... Feeling better than yesterday? That's good. Yeah, hopefully each day gets a little bit better. I feel for you. That's... I'm assuming the long-term reason for the surgery is a good one. But you still have to go through the short-term pain, which is never fun. Alright, this tree is blocking some crops. Not blocking any growth, I just can't see them as well. And so I like to be able to see. So anyway, Z, I'm not 100% sure which version you're looking for. Something that I do is during those conversations, I will often do a regional screenshot. On Windows, if you hit the Windows key Shift and the S as in Sam, like if I hit Windows key Shift S, it's going to, sometimes you have to hit it twice. It'll go to a weird screen. I hit it the second time. It'll pull up a cursor and you can draw a square around. You guys can't see it, but it'll draw a square around what you want to copy to the clipboard. And I'll sometimes pull them that way. And that will get me the character portraits for thumbnails. The other thing that you can do, well, that's for thumbnails. For like if you want the whole character, what I normally do is I come in here, I go to options, come all the way down here, zoom all the way up, and click this. It'll take a screenshot of the entire area. And then you can just copy out of that. So it'll do the whole farm. So like if I want pictures of equipment or the house or something like that, that's a good way to pull those type of screenshots as well. Sometimes if you're looking for something, you can pull them off the wiki. You can pull an image off the wiki that would work. So, but again, it depends on what you're looking for. Then the other thing I have done just over the years is I use Photoshop. So I have a Photoshop file that every time I pull something like that, I just keep it. So if I want to use it again in the future, I've already got a copy of it. And over time, if you build up kind of a library, it's not too bad. But when you do that screenshot version, though, I would recommend always zooming this up to 100 because it'll give you a higher resolution image. If you keep it low to give you a lower resolution, it makes it harder to copy things. And then after that, it's a lot of scaling and manipulation in Photoshop for me. That's what I tend to do. All right, round 2 of Salmonberries. So like here, right? If I want this portrait, what I would do is I'd hit Windows key, Shift and S. And that brought up a past version. I'm gonna hit Escape here. Windows key, Shift and S. And then I'm just going to, actually, I'll just draw it around this whole thing. I'm gonna capture this whole window. So I'm gonna draw a square around it. I don't know if you heard the bing, but it binged at me. And that's gonna put it onto my clipboard, which means now if and actually I made a mistake on this one, but that's okay. I'm gonna shift over here. So this is the image that I captured, right? You can see that my cursor is over his eyeball, which is not ideal. So if I was gonna do that again, I would be like, okay, oops, let's talk to him again. There we go. I'm a Windows key, Shift and S. And then I will, this time I'm just gonna pull this section. And then that'll go to they call it the snippet. There we go. So I just pulled that section. Then I'd pull this into Photoshop, and then I would cut out or update or pull his picture or something like that. So that's how I pull those kind of things. How to get yeah, the other thing that I do is I sometimes will have a save file, or I'll just load up a save file with cheats on so that I can spawn things. I can, you know, just do different things to pull stuff for screenshots. I've even done things like gone through a week of in-game time on a save file, not on the main because you don't want to ruin that, but to get to something so I can pull, let's say, an event screenshot or something like that. But that's what I do, at least to capture these kind of things. Then, like I said, if you hit the, let me get back into the window here. Like if I go here and we pull, let's zoom this in. And this is going to take a second because this is going to be a big area. And let's see, what did we pull on that one? Should be this one, I think. Let me move this over to the other monitor. Okay, so what I just did there is pulled this image, right? Now, if we kind of look, we're standing right here. Like that's, you can see just how big this image is. So what I'll do sometimes is, let's say I want like Linus and I to be, this isn't the perfect thing, but like, you know, I could pull our two characters. Like I'll just put myself up here, right? And then we come in here, again, always zoom up, take the image, and then I'll open that one up. And so now what I have is, and that saves as a PNG file. So now what I can do is I can come in here, right? And then I have this version of my character. I've got this version of Linus. And then again, in Photoshop or an image editing software, I can take and edit and scale and pull these. But then again, you can also pull, you know, like if you wanted the rock graphic, or you wanted a tree or whatever, because it will pull the entire map of whatever area you're in. So you can see just how much how much stuff is there. But yeah, so like for instance, like I'll do this to pull the farm, or let's just say you wanted this building for a screenshot, right? You basically can pull just about everything. And obviously, you know, they'll change over time. Different seasons will give you different versions. These can make good backgrounds as well, right? Like if you think about it, a screen, you know, if we're looking at the screen here, so that's about the screen that we're looking at. You can see there's probably 8 screens worth of content here. So the nice thing is you could drag around and be like, I just want to pull the shoreline for a thumbnail or something like that. So that's actually pretty useful. The last thing you can do is if you're in game and really just want to pull something from here, let's say like I have a button. If you hold the Alt key and hit print screen, it'll pull just your window. If you're running multi-monitor, that makes a big difference. If you hit the F4 key, F4 will take away the interface. So you can still move around and do stuff, but it turns the interface off. So if you want to pull something that way as well as a screenshot, you can. That's the 3 ways I can think of that I pull stuff for thumbnails. So hopefully that was helpful. Good question though. I'm gonna close some of these windows that I opened up here. There we go. Cass, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the chat. Good for you. Yeah, F4. Now, if anybody tells you, you probably know this, don't ever hit Alt F4. Alt F4 will close your window, but just the F4 key will put you in screenshot mode. And that just turns the interface off. You can still do everything, right? I can still, like if we look here, like there's my hoe. You know, it's like everything still works in the game. It's just you can't see the interface. So yeah, that's good if you're trying to pull a screenshot. The other thing I'll do oftentimes, let's say I want a salmonberry. So like on today's thumbnail, right? Today's thumbnail, I pulled a salmonberry. So what I did is I put that there. I did Alt-Shift-S, right? And I just copied this little section. You guys can't see what I'm doing right now, but I'll show you in a second. And then what that gave me is literally just the salmonberry here. And so then what I did is I just edited out the background and just pulled just the salmonberry graphic for today's thumbnail. Did the same thing with the worm bin. And then I think I scaled those up by, I think 400% on the thumbnail because they come in pretty small. One of the nice things about Stardew though is because the game is pixel art driven, it's a pixel art style game, you can get away with zooming up on some of these items and they're all pixelated, but that's the look of the game. Also makes it really easy to edit stuff because everything's got very straight lines and square corners because it's a pixel art game. So from that standpoint, it's actually pretty friendly to build thumbnails with. All right. Because my brother and I are spending the night. Nothing wrong with having fun playing games and stuff. Yay, we got a ticket. All right, 3 o'clock. I feel like we're running a little bit behind here, maybe? I don't know. All we have left is Cinder Sap, so I think we're all right. So when you say tonight, how many hours is that from now? Given time zones and stuff. That's going to be your first Stardew stream, right? Isn't that the plan? Oh, let's put that back over there. I'll also keep in mind as you're having conversations, you will sometimes get different expressions. So if you want to pull different expressions, keep your eye out for those. There's only so many. Like that one's pretty neutral. Yeah, that was the same both times. But you'll sometimes get slightly different expressions. And if you really want to see that, if you go to the wiki, all right, so if we pull up the wiki here, you can see all the different portraits here. But if you click on one of them, we just talked to Sam, right? Down here at the bottom, it should have, there we go. All the different portraits, and things that you might run across. So if you really needed to, you could click on this, and that's an uploaded image, and you could pull that version as well. They're pretty small, 128 by 128, but you might be able to do something with some of these as well. And in general, the developer is very, very open to using his content, so you're not shouldn't run into any copyright issues. Anything used from the game, you should be fine. Only copyright claim I ever got for Stardew wasn't from Stardew. It was from some other company who was claiming one of the sections of one of the songs was pseudo similar to a different song, and I just disputed it, and it got overturned. So, but I've never had any copyright issues with Stardew. Yeah, I think Nancy posted that. Well, all right. So I'm going to play a little devil's advocate here. I did see an interview where it seemed like he was talking about, and I haven't read the article or anything yet, so, but he was talking about, yeah, there's probably something coming, but he said two things that I found interesting. One, no update's going to come out until it's a simultaneous update across all platforms, which means it'll be done on every platform. And two, just because he's going to do an update doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be timely. So I'm keeping my expectations under. Now, again, hopefully there's some new information in the article. I haven't read it or anything like that, but yeah, I think he's been pretty open that he'll never not do stuff with Stardew. But right now, he's definitely in Haunted Chocolatier mode, but I need to look at it. I haven't, like I said, I just saw it today, and I haven't gotten to anything game related today. I've mostly been doing other things the vast majority of today, so. We do have our magnet ring on, yeah? Yeah. But that would be cool. Now, I can't imagine a 1.7 update would be at the scale of the 1.6 or 1.5, but who knows? Maybe he's got a team of people working on it and it's just been keeping it nice and quiet. That would be a pleasant surprise. I'm just trying to keep my expectations under wraps. Or not under wraps, that's the wrong word. Tempered. Let's just go with that, right? Try not to get my hopes up too far. Now, talking completely selfishly, a 1.7 update would be amazing for all of our channels. If you're covering Stardew and an update comes out, that just creates traffic, that creates interest, and that would be pretty awesome. But as a player, what that would mean, like, so a 1.7 update that is bug fixes and stuff like that would be welcome. But if it's going to add new content as a player, that would be awesome. But I don't know. If anybody has more info, please share. Like I said, I think Nancy popped something in the Discord today, but I haven't gotten around to reading it yet. So that's on me. All right, what did we get to today? We got to 48 today. Not quite as many. We still could potentially hit the bus stop, so let's go hit the bus stop and see what it has for us. Hey, welcome back, Victus. Always good to see you, my friend. Yeah, and that's the thing. I think that's the thing to be wary of is no date could simply mean, yeah, at some point I'll do an update. It could be 6 years from now. And I don't think it would be that bad, but... Oh, the bus stop's good to us here. 3 bushes in the bus stop. So I'm not saying it will be that long, but it could be something that comes after Haunted Chocolatier, which could be 3 to 5 years from now, so that's what I'm saying. It's like, I don't want to get too excited, but it would be awesome. It would definitely be awesome. All right. We got our first ticket. I'll have to check that out tomorrow. All right, we're up to 124. So we're still on that 128 for 2 days path. Let's see. We didn't level anything today, I don't think. We got a backpack shirt. Oh, we forgot to check the chests. So we'll check those tomorrow. Oh, we forgot to do ore as well. Okay. Oh, see, this is where I missed the to-do list. Let's see. I'm going to put these in my spreadsheet. Smelt ore. Check all chests. Okay, there we go. Couple of notes to ourselves there. Let's see. We have a little bit of energy. Yeah, we'll cut down 1 tree. All right, time for bed. And it's gonna rain tomorrow. Look at those big sails. All right, let's take a quick break. There's also new images from... Yeah, it's good to see some info coming out on some of that stuff. I'm excited. Haunted Chocolatier, I think I'm with most people in that, like, eagerly anticipating that for sure. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. All right, we are back. Time for day 3, which again should be a rainy day, which means we don't have to water our crops. That's always a good thing. Early game rain is your friend, especially if you have a lot of crops planted. So no watering for us today, but we do have all right, so I think we can buy a couple upgrades today. I think we could get, oh, it's Wednesday, we can't get the backpack. Which means I think we'll just sell our kale. There we go. I don't know how much that's going to make us. Let's get a rough estimate here. Let's see. Kale, 110. So that's 4,000 plus the extras that we sold. Which I don't remember how many were in there. That's like 4,000. So 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We could get the calendar and the backpack with that harvest. We need to buy seeds as well. Maybe we grab the calendar while we're out and about today. We're going to go the opposite direction today because I want to check chests for ore. So we'll go to Cindersap first today. And then we should be able to hit Robin's. Definitely getting a nice early start today since we didn't have to water our crops. Now, in general, you don't have to, but I like to, at some point, try to get Cindersap cleaned up. I don't know how true what I'm about to say is, but the more open spots there are, I think the more areas you could actually get forageable spawns. Not sure if they overlap for 100%, but especially with like weeds will spread out. Like these spots maybe not so much, but I also just like to have a tidy forest. So we'll go ahead and clean stuff up here in the forest. But like this whole section right here can get covered in weeds. And I know forageables spawn in here. And so what I don't want to happen is to have weeds blocking forageables. Plus we get the fiber for the weeds. And that's it. That's a good thing as well. Frog. All right. Cindersap is a little on the weak side today. It is the 17th though. So for those of you that have played before, always come down here on the 17th. Collect your 200 gold and your leprechaun hat. We will wear the leprechaun hat for the rest of the day. Styling. Looking good, looking sharp. You'll be the envy of all your friends if you have a leprechaun hat. Yeah, cinder sap is feeling a little bit light as far as how much we foraged. But that can also mean the other areas will be stronger. All right, this is a good finish in cinder sap. Alright, we didn't check the chest in cinder sap because I've never put anything in there. You can always check. Leah will sometimes have one on her bush over there. And there's sometimes these bushes just entering or exiting the area. Can have them, like that one. Okay, there we go. I knew I had ore tucked away somewhere. Let's take that stuff with us. We'll leave the trash. I don't want to fill up our inventory too much, though. Alright, we'll leave that stuff there. So the reason I came down to the south route through cinder sap first is I thought I had ore tucked away somewhere like that. Now there's no bushes down here, but we can still forage. And we'll still check our chests down here. Oh, I moved our chest. I'm pretty sure that one's empty, but again, we didn't have to water today, so we've got a little bit of extra time. We'll make the run down here. Yep, that one's empty. Okay, let's see. Honestly, probably shouldn't have brought the watering can with us, but... we'll be okay. We can always ditch some stuff. Well, we're going to ditch this ore as soon as we get up to the mines, so that'll be alright. Alright, I was pretty sure that one was empty as well. Let's go ahead and pop in here, turn in our prize ticket. Hey, Lewis. Like my hat? More prizes into this machine. Again, misappropriation of city funds, I think. Pretty simple. Sometimes when you help out others in town, you receive a prize ticket. You can turn them in for rewards. There's some special stuff in there. Is that people will just go after the tickets rather than cultivating a true compassion for their fellow man. I'm in it for the prizes? Sure. Well, that's not what I hope to hear, but I appreciate the honesty. Well, there you go. More in town is a good way to get your hands on more tickets. Good luck out there. Hey, I'm nothing if not honest. Ooh, 12 carrot seeds. That's actually... I think that is... maybe apricot? A rusty spoon. He won't buy our rusty spoon. Alright, off we go. I'm not sure. I'm not sure where today's is going to hit. Again, we're flying through the days right now, which means doing just a week doesn't make any sense. Because we'll be done like in 3 hours, so. I'm going to say probably 6 or 7. Where does that align with your start? Time zone wise and everything. Oops, there we go. Give us, give us, give us. More berries. Alright, what does that put us at? 42? I think 42. Yeah. Appreciate you, Victus. Appreciate you. Have a wonderful rest of your night. We'll throw Victus's link in the chat there. If you want to check out Victus's soda shop, he does soda reviews. Usually off some kind of weird, wacky, or wonderful oddball soda flavor. And Victus is nothing if not a character. Alright, the mountains are doing pretty good for us, berry-wise. So Cinder Sap was light, but we're doing okay up here. Alright, let's go ahead and... let's see, let's pull all of this. Let's get... we need gold. Huh, I don't think we have enough iron. Alright, we're gonna have to hit the mines if we want to make worm bins. Alright, we'll store that, store that. Yeah, freeze up some inventory. And we're good there. Yeah, we'll see where things go. Like I said, I think we're gonna fly through some time here, because these first days, literally, we're just on the run the whole time. Which means we're not spending a whole lot of time in menus. Yeah, like we're over halfway through day 3 and we're only an hour and 10 minutes into the stream, so. I have a feeling we're going to cover some ground today. Which means I'm not going to want to stop at the end of 1 week. So we might try to do a 2-weeker again. Alright, we got the backwoods here, and then we'll hit the bus stop. And we'll see how things go. Alright, I see 2 down there. That's good. That'll help us. A tree grew. And we have no new seeds to plant, so we're going to lose a day there. Oh, and we forgot to stop by Robin's. That's right, we'll get that tomorrow. Until we get our money coming in, it's probably not a good idea to spend a bunch anyway. Alright, we got to 60 today. Right in that pocket of 64 that we're shooting for. Yeah, let's dump our inventory. I think we'll go ahead and run back into town and clear that chest. So let's put everything in there. There we go. Keep our coral. Actually, those should go over here. All right. Let's pop back into town. We'll clear the river chest. You know what? Let's go ahead. I should have grabbed it. Can get a little bit of fishing in here today too. Not a lot, but enough. And then we're definitely going to have to hit the mines. We need iron to make our worm bins to make bait, because we're about running out of bait. And no bait means we fish slower. Alright, so let's go ahead and finish cleaning out that. And then we'll get a little bit of fishing in to wrap up the day. I think my thought of the day today on social media was fishing. Madav, how you doing? Is it Madav or Madave? Madav? I have no idea. I apologize for butchering the pronunciation, if I did. The third, Madav, Madave, Madav? Was that the third? I had a goldfish memory moment. It's like, I don't remember which ones I said. I know, time zones are crazy. I got myself, the yard sale simulator community is doing a 24-hour stream event. So what it is a whole bunch of different streamers have signed up for slots. And they're just going to raid or hand off or recommend. I'm done for my 2 or 3 hours. Go to this next streamer for a full day. So I ended up picking up they had the time set to Central. So I picked up I think the 2 to 5 in the morning slots. But that's not that late for me because I'm on the West Coast. So we're going to participate in that. So for me, that'll be Wednesday night, Thursday morning. We'll do some yard sale. Alright, I think we should go ahead and probably call it a day here. Alright, let's get home. So we should get a decent sales night tonight. Hopefully that'll put us into the realm of maybe backpack, calendar, and seeds. Alright. Sell that, sell that, sell that, sell that, sell that, sell that. Rest of that stuff we'll keep. I don't know if these 2 slots are going to work for this rice or not. Let's hope. That one should. Yep, they do. Alright, perfect. Alright, let's throw that in there. Keep the fire quartz. Let's see, we'll need that for tomorrow because it's not going to rain. Should probably swing by Clint's and process geodes. Our energy's probably not going to be good tomorrow, so we'll take some food. Alright, 184. We should be at 192 if we're averaging 64 a day, so we're doing okay there. Yeah, we pet the dog. Okay. Oh, we did level up, so our energy will be fine. Perfect. New crafting recipe, bee house. Oh, we got 2 levels of farming. That kale harvest was good for us. I got a level of fishing too. I didn't even see that kick in. All right, now we can do the deluxe worm bin, which means we need moss. We still haven't made the original, but deluxe is where we want to go because that'll give you deluxe bait. So that puts us in a pretty good spot. Now we just need to acquire some moss, which I don't think we have any. I think you need 30 moss for that, so we might just... And again, the nice part is you can make the normal worm bins, use them until you get the moss, and then you just upgrade the normal. So it's not... We won't lose any resources by making the normals, because you need the normal to make the deluxe. It's not like you have to choose. So that's not too bad. All right. 7,000, though. That puts us at about 15-ish, I would guess. So 14 would give us a backpack, the calendar, and the workbench, but we probably still need to get some seeds. All right, we'll figure that out tomorrow. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back, everybody. Day 4, salmonberry season. So, salmonberry season and blackberry season run 4 days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Today we are going to have to water, though. Although not as much. We don't have a ton of crops in right now. So we get our carrots watered here. And then the rest of our planting has been a little sporadic. We've just been slapping crops down wherever they happen to be at the time. So not a lot of rhyme or reason in our crop placement here. Just where we had the space. So I do think that we need to move this in the summer. We'll try to get a little more organized in the summer as far as our planning here. All in all, though, I think we're doing all right. All right, we really should get some more crops in, though, so we'll do that. Let's go ahead and ditch the watering can. Sell the kale. All right, we're at 15.8. I think we should probably hold off on... hold off on the calendar and workbench. I think we should prioritize crops and backpack. So we'll do that. So let's cut into town first. We'll go a little bit in a weird order today. Different than our past. So we usually go north and make our way around clockwise. We did our one run where we went south and worked our way counterclockwise so that we could do the chest clean out and the furnace run. This time we'll cut through the middle, which isn't the most efficient, but it will get us into town to get our upgrades first. And it's where I want to spend my money to start. One bream at 3 times. I'll do what I can, Willie. Okay. Really, we don't have an event to worry about, and we don't have to prep for that event. We probably should save 3,000 for the bookseller in case we can get the price guide. That will be nice. All right, we get a little bit of shade thrown by Morris here. And we should probably take our leprechaun hat off. Oh, early game? Man, salmonberry and blackberry in your early game are godsends. It gives you basically I don't want to say an infinite supply of food, but a supply of food you don't have to worry about. And then you can sell off some of your other stuff. Morris, there's no wonder everybody hates you. I should get one coupon. I'd go buy my seeds at over there if you gave me a 50% discount. See, Pierre, nobody likes you. Go work for Joja, Pierre. I want a mod where I take over this house and he goes and works for Georgia. Get in line, Pierre. Join the Joja family. Joja. Look, even your backpack is blue. All right. 10 grand. Okay, so today's the 18th. Let's check in on seeds. 18, 19, 20. Okay, well, we missed our chance at cauliflower, so we're not growing cauliflower. Because that put us at 30. Honestly, I don't think... I don't think I need a whole lot of anything, because we're not worried about the... Yeah, I'm not worried about the community center. There is a cauliflower that you need. I think we'll get a seed, because if we... Yeah, let's do that. I'm going to get... Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to grab... We're going to grab 2 of each. Because then I'm just going to store these because we can always grow them in the greenhouse if we need them. So we can buy them now before they're out of season. And then we'll go crazy on kale again. And forget about our other upgrades. All right. Oh, I suppose we should talk to Pierre. We are here and all. That was a big sigh, my friend. Okay, let's get back home. And we'll get these planted. I opened the game today. Yeah, Joja's its own kind of deal, for sure. Alright, so we're just gonna stick this back here for now. And we'll just turn that into our seed vault for later. And let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We should be relatively safe there. My memory is that's probably safe as well. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That corner might be a little tight, but I think we'll be okay. That's probably okay. Alright. There's an off chance that we lose something there to crows, but I think we'll be okay. Alright. Let's get some kale down here and then we'll see what we're working with. Alright, we have 10 left. So we're probably safe there. Probably safe there. One, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's probably all safe. All right, seeds are planted. What we're going to do next is go ahead and do a round of... All right, we're going to finish our salmonberry run now, because those are 6-day seeds. If we don't get them watered today, it's not the end of the world. We have plenty of time to get them harvested before the end of the season. So I'm going to prioritize salmonberries here because they will only last through today. And then if we have time at the end of the day, we'll water. If we don't, we water tomorrow. Not a big deal. Yeah, Dinkum's one I've watched a lot of you all play, but I have not played yet myself. I'm gonna have to decide. So far, we tend to hyper focus on a game. I mean, it's been mostly Stardew. Do I want to spread out a little bit more? It's a legitimate question. Both are legitimate strategies. Just building an audience around one can be a strong thing. Building a little bit wider audience, but within, well, what is called the cozy genre, right? The cozy gaming style works as well. Nancy, how did the ops go? Which one were you guys running? Oh, I said I was going to take off the hat. Let's take off the hat. It's going well. I'm doing good, I think. We got all 3 backpack upgrades, so I'm feeling good about that. That's just a quality of life thing. There might be better things to spend our money on, but I like to have the inventory space. It's one less thing that you have to worry about that's a hassle. Going to organize my clothes today. I'll have to throw out all the last year's styles to make room for the new ones. Fair enough. EV. Oh man, I haven't done those in... Gosh. I don't remember when, honestly. It's probably been over 5 years. Oh, smallmouth bass frenzy. Tempting. It's tempting. Hi, Penny. She's chatty today. First time is, yeah, very nice. I used to run all of my ops stuff as my guardian. I was the tank in those runs. Well, there's the frenzy, but we've got other priorities. It's already 6 and we haven't even done Cinder Sap yet, so we've got some ground to cover here. I did miss Clint, so we can't crack our geodes, but that's alright. We have 3 inventory rows now, so it's not going to kill us. All right, we're not going to bother with the beach. There's no berries on the beach. There could be other things. Like we need to get down there and find a sea urchin at some point. All right, 7:20. We're just hitting cinder sap. So there you go. You can see down here, Leah's got a couple of bushes. I don't think she's hiding them. They're just, it's just where they naturally spawn. But it's starting to get dark. Things get a lot harder to see in the dark. I think we'll be okay. Spring onions. Off we go. We haven't checked the hat mouse yet. All right, what are we at? 232. I think we're going to come up short from the 256. Now, again, we didn't have access to the secret woods, which definitely would have made a difference. It's 240, though. We'll call it a successful salmonberry season. Yep, I think that's going to be it. All right. Well, our first 4 days have flown by, but we now have basically a ready supply of food for hitting the mines, fishing, energy restoration, and stuff like that. Which is why we did prioritize spending all that time just collecting berries. It's basically free food. Woody secret. And the nice part about that's going to be, again, they don't have a lot of value, but they have good energy density, right? You know, 25 energy is definitely at the level we are. We can work with that. So we'll just burn through the rest of our energy here. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Speculation on, you know, excitement, but also trying not to get... Oh, 5% chance for doublewood. Should read that. Without a date, you know, trying to be careful not to get overly excited, like... Is that going to happen 3 years from now? 6 months from now type of thing? There's a stump there we need to dig out. Okay, we didn't get to the watering. We probably could have done that, but that's all right. But yeah, it's definitely an exciting thing for sure. Okay, so what are we sitting on? Good spring onions. Some leeks, dandelions. That we should probably transfer over to the mines. I think we sold some stuff today, didn't we? I can't remember. We did, not very much. Okay. That's our food slot. We're good to go. I see 13 likes. We will rave when we get back from the break. We'll do another silent rave because I didn't set up any music today. All right, let's take a quick break. I'll be right back. All right, welcome back. Day 19. So here's what I think our plan's going to be. We need to hit the mines because we need iron. We need iron to make our bait makers. Because we came up one short to make one. More short. Obviously, we want to make more than one, so... Your local paper. It sounds like a country life is fit for you. I'm doing great. Here on feature next week's up-and-coming column, Stardew Valley Tribune. What a good deal. There's the cauliflower quest that I messed up by not planting a cauliflower. Well, we're just going to sit on that one because until I get the greenhouse, I can't grow a cauliflower. Because we ran out of time. One short. So unfortunately, we're going to sit on that quest for a while. At least until we get the greenhouse opened up. Which is oftentimes one of the early things I buy. Especially so that we can get, or once we get a coffee bean. Once we get a coffee bean, then having the greenhouse is nice. Because we can grow an endless supply of coffee. Although then we do have to get a kitchen. And kegs. And there's always something, right? And if you've ever been with our streams before, you know that coffee is one of our favorite crops. Both as a utility crop, where you actually get the speed boost for drinking the coffee, but also as a cash crop. It actually does quite well as a monetary crop. Alright, we definitely need to upgrade our... Don't think there's a crop there. Our watering can here. Okay, so I think today we need to hit the mines. So let's take... We got our salmonberries. Yeah, we'll leave the rest of this food here. So let's take our sword. Don't need our axe. We'll take the hoe. Anything else that needs to go with us? I don't think so. Alright, let's get some depth. Hopefully get some weaponry. But I wanted, before we do any major fishing again, I'd like to get our bait situation in order. Which means we need iron and gold, honestly. We should have a gold bar waiting for us. But I don't think we have an iron bar yet. Yeah, there we go. Let's see. All right. We'll take these in case things go awry. Now, as far as weaponry goes, we're not probably that far from the insect head. Once we get that, hold on, I gotta check something real quick. My mouse is acting funky. Yep, got it. Fine. What does that do? Oh, there we go. Okay, there. I think I've got everything. Okay, let's see if that fixed everything. Missed that one. Oh, we so need a better weapon. Swipe, 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 swipe. Okay, let's grab some stuff here. I see a little bit of copper. I want to grab that. And I think we get out of here. Smash that guy with the pickaxe, which is actually kind of funny. Alright. Now, the downside of the salmonberries is they do take a little bit of time to fill your energy bar. So, if you were like in the heat of combat, this might not be a good thing, but between fights, it's not that big a deal. Alright. Back at it. Let's go get the copper. Boink, boink, boink. 2, 2, 3. Oh, we got a 4 in there. Big hit with that 4. Oh yeah, if you're at that level, like we're still early in the mines. I like cheese, actually. Once you get some infrastructure set up, having cheese is not a bad thing. I don't like them on both sides of me like that. But yeah, cheese is one of my favorite mid-game foods for sure. Alright, this could go poorly, so let's get ourselves back to the entrance here. In case we have to bail. Yep, not liking that. Would have been good XP, but that was a little rot with some danger there. Alright, let's see. What do we have out here for... Alright. Just for speed, we'll go ahead and pop one of those. Alright, we'll recover some health there. And back down we go. At least until we get a weapon upgrade. Alright, off we go. Woo. Look at all that mining XP just sitting there. Wee wee wee. Boink. Alright, if we can get them both coming from the same side, we're okay. Alright, that wasn't too bad. Cool, we leveled mining. Alright, we'll grab all that mining XP. I think each of those gives 3 XP if I remember right. Might be different. Chasing rock crabs. Alright. What do we got in here? More bugs. Bugs are good. Gets us closer to our insect head. Boink. Boink. Okay, I think 20 is in our sights here. I think we can pull off 20. Have fun chasing butterflies. That's a good one. Woohoo! Or copper. We're not getting to the iron levels yet. So we're definitely behind where I'd want to be in skills for mining or levels of the mine. This is one of those where because our skills are out of whack, right? We're level 8 fishing. We have access to recipes of things we want to make, but because we haven't gotten deep enough in the mines yet, we don't have the materials to make them yet. Now we could, oh, our favorite level. Another mod that I now am missing. The shortcut mod. Maybe we'll get lucky and find an exit. It's 11. Alright. We have an exit, and we need to run back to it. Hopefully we'll get another one, because we still have a ways to go. Yeah, we're gonna be cutting it close tonight. Alright, unless we get a lucky exit up here, we may be passing out in the mines. Let's see. Come on. Actually, we need the exit. Do we run for it? We mine for it. I don't think I can make it if we run it. Alright. Yeah, I think we're hosed. Alright. I have to hope for luck here. We're not going to hit 20. Nope. Oh. We'll get our energy back, but that means we have to go through those 4 levels again. It's all good. It's all good. Hey, we got the monster compendium. I didn't even see that drop. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back. Okay, we did get the monster compendium, so we'll go ahead and read through that. Let's see, 58 gold, not that big of a deal. Alright, bug meat we can turn into bait. So we're back in action for fishing. Alright, got some white algae. Okay, most of that stuff can go back with us. Need that. Might need that. Alright, let's see. Let's grab our scythe as well. Okay, that goes to the mines, to the mines, to the mines. Plant that. Don't think we'll need... Oh, I think we left the hoe at the mines. Don't. Alright, I don't think we'll need it. Okay. Not in bad shape there. Let's go ahead and get our watering done. I think we're going to head back to the mines today. Try to get to level 20. We do need to get to the saloon. I still owe you guys a chicken rave. You know what? Let's rave right now. We'll call it a watering rave. How's that? You get to hear the lovely sound of watering. That's as good as music, right? Kind of has a tinkly, babbling brook sound going. Water, 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 water. Hey, Nancy getting in with the blue chickens. I'll throw a blue chicken your way. Yeah, I don't know. It's just not quite the same without Sam's band rocking us home. Might have double watered those plants. Alright. May have gone a little overboard on our crops. But we need it. We need the farming XP. Okay, I think we got everything there. I believe so. Yeah, we were talking about going to the saloon to do the music. All right, we have 3 rice shoots. Alright, we burnt through most of our energy. Hayden, how you doing? Good to see you. Hey, Bear, good to see you as well. Alright, let's grab some... What do we want to burn through? I don't think spring onions are worth a lot, are they? Leeks. Yeah, let's take those out to the mines. Take those to the mines. Alright, that's clear. That goes to the mines. Alright. Need to top off our energy here, and then we'll head back to the mining. Fall of year 1. Yeah, the first year is exciting. There's so much to get put in place and do. Alright. I think we can leave. Let's leave our axe and that here. And then we left our hoe out at in the mines. All right, we'll rave walk. Let's get the chickens going. There we go. We'll rave walk to the mines. It's a tongue twister. And then we will head back inside. So I think level 19 is always that spiral map, so we want to get to that early. Because that thing's a pain. In hindsight, I probably should have just taken the exit. We were presented with an exit. We should have taken it and just got out for the day. We chose not to. And we paid the price. The price being we didn't make it to level 20. Which kind of sucks, but... Alright, I'm just going to take that with us. We have the inventory space. Alright, back in we go. Oh man, do we need an update to our sword. That's what's hurting us a lot. We've gotten 0 weapon updates or drops. So we're still rocking this incredibly weak weapon. Two exits. We might pop out. If we get 5 levels here, we'll pop out to the Adventurers Guild. And see if we can... That's what we want right there. Alright, you know what? We're only at level 16. Let's go get our upgrade. This will make a huge difference. There we go. So we got our cave insects killed. So if we look at the strength of our weapon, 2 to 5 damage, we're jumping up to 20 to 30 damage. It's going to be a night and day difference. So yeah, it's going to make our life a lot easier. Yeah, I'm a ways from Skull Cavern. Alright, here we go. So you're about to see a little bit of a difference in power, right? That makes a huge difference as far as our ability to get through these levels. Ooh, look at all the copper. So that's a difference maker, right? Like you're one shot in that guy that would take us, what, 7, 8 shots sometimes to kill? And now we just swing our weapon and he disappears. At least in these lower numbered levels that we're at. We're at level 16 right now. Oh, I apologize. I didn't turn the chicken rave off. There we go. Got so excited to get that weapon. All right. Now we need to go for some depth. Because we need to get to the iron so that we can start making our bait makers and stuff like that. Now that we got the weapon, we'll probably start getting weapon drops now that won't be any good to us. Boop-a-doop. All right. Let us out. Cracking rocks. Cracking rocks. I'd say in the hot sun, but we are in a cave. So. All right, here we go. Oh, so much nicer. Hey, it's the same spot our exit was in last time. Have we learned our lesson? Hey, look, a new weapon. 4 to 8. Now again, would have made a difference in that speed. Would have made a difference, but... Alright, I don't think we'll probably get 5 more levels. But let's collect what we can here. Grab some resources, and then we'll cut out at a reasonable time to try to get ourselves home. You know what? That's our exit. Let's take it. Okay, we'll make a run at 25 here. Well, you know what? If they're going to keep giving us quick exits, we shall keep taking them. Because our next major goal now is to get to the iron levels. Because iron means worm bins, which means a basically infinite supply of bait. I think it's 4 or 5 a day per bin, but 10:30:27. But you can see the speed we gain by not having to have the extended fights. Well, we got 5 more than I thought. So I'm thinking maybe we cut out here. Unless we get a relatively pseudo-quick exit. This is not looking good. Alright. We'll call it at 25. That's a good run. All right. Well, we've got plenty of copper. Let's go ahead and upgrade some infrastructure here. All right, copper and coal. All right, we'll leave our weaponry out here. We'll leave our bombs out here. These are only worth like 1, and we want to get the dwarf knowledge book thing as soon as we can, so we're not going to sell that. Bug meat will convert to bait. That puts us in a pretty good spot bait wise. Rest of this stuff I think is good for homes. Okay, I think we need to shift back to fishing. We've got enough bait stored up again now that we should be able to do some good fishing. We wanted the worm bins for bait, but the bugs are keeping us in bait, so we can deal with that right now. But really, we need 4,000 for our workbench and our calendar. Those are our 2 next upgrades I want to get. We also should be relatively close to getting a strawberry harvest here. Rice shoots are what? 8 days? Actually, we can't plant. Actually, they'd be less. Let's see if we can get these in. Because it's less than 8 days if they have the watering like that. I think we'll be okay. Those will be pretty close, but I think we can pull that off. Okay, let's see. Tomorrow is fishing. We'll take our tools with us. We'll need our hoe. I think we can store those. Actually, you know what? Spring onions are only 13, but we have kind of infinite time while fishing, so we'll use those as our energy source while fishing. I probably won't need that, so we'll put that in slot 1, that in slot 3, 4, 5, fishing. Drop that there, drop that there, drop that there. We have 300 baits. I think we are set for tomorrow. We made a little bit of money, 2,000. All right, let's take a quick break. I'll be right back. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with us. We do appreciate it. All right. Come on, give us rain. Beautiful and sunny. Okay, it is the last day of the week. Water the bowl. Pet the dog. Alright. Get our watering on first, and then we will go from there. Hopefully these next harvests will get us to our levels that we need for the quality sprinkler. I don't ever bother with the first sprinkler. It's okay, but it only does your 4 cardinal directions, and I don't find it worth it. The resources that it needs are a copper bar and an iron bar. I'd rather just manually water, honestly. As much of it is an energy drain if you get a lot of crops, which is kind of where we're at. We probably overplanted kale. Since we already had the strawberries in, the kale might have been an overplanting. But that's okay. We can get through the spring. Hopefully get enough XP to get the quality sprinklers, and then we'll set that up. And then that makes a huge difference. Then you just have to worry about planting and harvesting. And that's a good spot to be. Yeah, I don't bother with it most of the time. Like if I found one, you know, or got one as a prize or something like that, I'd use it. I'm not saying I wouldn't use it, but I'm not going to expend the resources to make one, personally. Now, I have seen pretty good sprinkler setups with that sprinkler. Like if you're strategic in putting them at like a diagonal angle, you can actually make them work, but for me, it's more the resources. Like that iron bar. Because I think the next one takes... Doesn't it take an iron and a gold, I think? Holy cow. And so I'd rather save the iron for that. I mean, I haven't even upgraded my tools to iron yet. So I don't want to be burning iron on sprinklers that have that limited capability. But again, personal choice. We will say this like we say all the time. Play the way you want to play. If you're into it, I say build as many as you want. Okay. Well, that took a little... 2 hours. If we knock out that in 2 hours in our first 2 hours of the day, it's not too bad. Alright, let's get rid of that. Honestly, we have the 3 things of inventory now. I think we'll go ahead and keep our tools on us. I don't think we need the pickaxe, the axe, or the scythe, but you never quite know. Well, we got plenty of inventory space now. We have lots of bait. We need money. Do we go up first and get the calendar? See, I feel like we should hit the beach today, but here's what I'm thinking. What's the bait maker? We don't have the iron anyway. So even if we found a sea urchin, we don't have the iron. Now, we could buy the iron ore and then go that route, but I think we're close. I think we're getting close on the mines to getting some iron. So. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go ahead and spend some money here. Get our first item that I'm looking to get. And that is the calendar. I suppose we should work on our relationships here. It's something to do with plants. Well, if he's working with plants, God willing, he doesn't blow the house up. I do. I have thousands of hours on my farm, Miss Maru. All right. Yeah, with the crossover on the quality, like I said, it's like that's why I don't bother with the. Why get 4 plots when you can get 8? I guess is the reasoning behind that. If you're going to use those resources, use them on there, because then the next jump up after that is the iridium, which is a whole different set. That's late game, mid-late game, mid-game. Oh, what would you consider the desert? Mid-game now? With the island, I suppose the desert is more mid-game now. All right, here we go. Let's make ourselves some cash. We should be able to knock out... I'm gonna say 5 grand, 5,000 here today. Yeah, we don't have the moss yet, I don't think. Post game, that's a good way to look at the island. So keep in mind my perspective. If you're a long-time Stardew player, I didn't start playing really. Like, I played in 2019 for an hour. So I usually don't count that. So I really didn't start playing the game until post 1.6. So my perspective of the game is how it is now. My first playthrough is how it is now. And so, yeah, a lot of people, like, if you played before 1.5, you know, the whole idea of the island and perfection and all these things that came later are not part of the original game. So, definitely, I think it depends on what era you started playing. And it does make a difference. But yeah, the mainland, you know, the mainland is kind of the main game. You could argue post or the community center and the Joja Route, whichever you choose to do, that opens up the desert and that kind of stuff. Panning, dangerous mines. Actually, dangerous mines would be a 1.5, 1.6, right? That's all late game. Skull Cavern, I think, was meant to be a late game mechanic, right? It's a repeatable thing. You know, you start over every single time. There's our largemouth bass. We need more of those. Joja is still not all that popular. Last time I looked, if you look at the Steam achievements, last time I looked, the community center had about a 25% completion rate, and Joja had about a 5% completion rate. So it is still not done a ton. I honestly think it's part of the popularity of our Joja streams. I think there's a lot of people who played, did the community center, don't necessarily want to do another playthrough to see the Joja stuff, so they watch instead. And I think it's a good use of Let's Play or playthroughs and stuff like that. If you don't want to replay the game, but you want to see more of the content, I think that's actually a pretty good use of YouTube time, if you will. Okay, let's see. What do we got? Trash. That goes to the mines. Alright, we're doing alright. But yeah, the Joja route is definitely the least popular way to play. Which is fair. The way it's presented in game, I think that's... I was in no rush to play it. Oh, that'll help. A little bit of gold ore there. I think there's a lot of people that... I would argue the vast majority of that 5% is exactly what you said. The only reason they did it was just to knock out the achievement. I know Lydia has this quote as well. It's like, not only did she do the Joja only for the achievement, she did a moddy, cheaty version just to get through it, so she didn't have to deal with it. So yeah, I think you're right. It is definitely not the favored route. I've said before, story-wise and experience-wise, I like the community center playthrough. We've done the community center. We've done a remix bundles one time. You know, I think that is by far, I think, the way to play for a story. The mechanics, I like being able to just set up my infrastructure, do what I want to do, and just purchase the upgrades, right? Like, so I like kind of the mechanics or play style of Joja, just not the story as much. Yeah, I think in an interview, Eric said that, like, he kind of wishes it wasn't presented as like this uber evil, horrible, you should never do this type of playthrough. In the grand scheme of things. Alright, let's see. We got some gold. An iridium chub. Got copper. Row will just sell that. A bullhead. Why I have to put them in order, I don't know. It's a mental thing. Doesn't matter. Yeah, I think that's a good assessment for sure. I'll admit, even on most games, I struggle playing the bad guy or, you know, whatever version that game has of a negative side. Dark side, Paragon versus Renegade, you know, good versus evil, white versus dark, whatever. Like, whatever that system is, I often struggle playing through the bad side. It's just not my personality. I have to separate a little bit sometimes. Disassociate the character with myself. Understand that it's a character, it's not me. And let that character do the thing that it's supposed to be doing. And then I can usually get through it, but even then I gravitate back towards being nice. So. Even in our first Joja playthrough, we tried to be corporate evil. By the end of it, we were making friends and supporting the valley and buying houses for people and all that kind of stuff. So. Yeah, it does matter, right? Because, I don't know, positivity matters to me, I guess. I had to struggle. Like, you can keep Vet's shock collar on, and I eventually did that, although I think that character, if I remember right, eventually married Vet or did the romance. I couldn't keep it up, but I can at times. The systems design mentality will oftentimes win out where I want to see the game system in action. And that's how I can disassociate. It's like, you know what? Sure, yeah, the story's bad. You know, we're shock collaring Vet. But I want to see the content. I want to see the conversations. I want to see the game systems, how the game systems work. And once I disassociate that way, then I can usually get through it. But definitely not my natural play style. If I'm going to play for just the fun, the story, the RP, not the way I would go. I think the last time I added up my Old Republic game time, it's somewhere like 75% of my game time is on my Republic characters. And then not even all of my Imperial characters. Some of my Imperial characters are actually light side. They're not all dark side, so. It also depends on how the game implements their evil side mechanic, right? Like, there's a mentality of like, you come up on a choice, a good versus bad, you know, good versus evil choice. But does the game system really give you a choice? Or is it more of you're just going to make the same choice? The end result's roughly the same. It's just you kick a puppy while you do it, you know, to make it more evil. Then it's kind of like, I don't even see the point in playing the evil side, but not all games are like that. Some games have a truly good path. Arguably in the Old Republic, the Sith side, Imperial side stories are, I think, stronger stories. The Imperial agent story is really good. I liked it. I never liked Skadge. I could just never... No, I could not link with Skadge. Yeah. Well, I can remember one time I was playing through... So again, when I'm playing by myself, not on stream, I will often absolutely explore the conversation trees. And I'll hit escape and I'll go through the conversations over and over and over again to see the information. And I think it was on Belsavis, the prison planet. I was on one of my light Jedis, and I was playing through, and I had rescued somebody from a prison. And in the conversation, you kind of talk through, and you get to a conversation place where it's like, thank you for rescuing me. Can you help me get out of the prison? And the light side choice is absolutely, the dark side choice is I set you free, you're on your own, go. And so most of the time I'll pick the dark side choice first because I want to see it. I want to see the content. Then I'll escape out of that and I'll go through the conversation again and do the light side choice and let it hit. But what happened is I chose the dark side, and which was basically like, you're on your own, good luck. And the guy said, fine. And then the conversation ended and the mission ended and it was done. At that point, once the mission ends, you can't reset it. There's nothing you can do. And I sat there and just stared at the screen for like, I don't know, it probably wasn't as long as it feels, but it felt like 5-10 minutes in just like gut-wrenching horror that my 100% light Jedi had just done this evil thing. And eventually I got to the point where I just logged off. I couldn't even keep playing. I'm like, nope, I'm done today, I guess, because I didn't want to continue. Did it make any difference in the story or anything? Absolutely not. But I just felt bad. And eventually you can get rid of those dark side points, but yeah, it does go to show you how invested into the story and the gameplay you can get, to where I physically felt ill almost because I had acquired these dark side points and done this bad thing. That's the most extreme case I think I've ever had of a reaction to something like that. I've always said, and I know this wouldn't be a feature most people would want, in any game that has a conversation tree that you can escape out of or go through multiple times like that, I would love to see the ability to say, okay, this conversation is over. Are you sure you are done? And give me that last chance to back out of it before I finalize it. But I can imagine that wouldn't really be a feature most players would care about. So I can see why the developers probably would not have that as a high priority. But for me personally, that would make a huge difference. All right, let's see if we can get like one more cast in. Hey! Yay, yay, yay! We got our second ring and now we don't have to walk in the dark. Oh, we're going to take a break for that, catch up on chat, and bask in the glory that is light. Let's throw, who gave that to us? Let's give Joja credit for that. Pointing out nothing bad happens to Pierre if you go Joja. Yeah, people don't like Pierre either, which is hilarious. Oh, that's DG. I'm reading DG's quote. It's like, yeah. All right, well, that's a big one. So we have a magnet ring and a glow ring. I don't think we're high enough to make any of the glow stone rings or anything yet. So that's a big find, actually. That'll make life a little bit easier for us. Okay, where are we at? Let's see if we can get one more cast in here. And then we'll decide, do we eat or it's 11 o'clock. We should probably run home to get home at a decent time. We haven't leveled, I don't think. We'll take a peek here, but I don't think we did. Were we at 7 or 8? I think we are already at 8. These levels go a lot slower. Like I said, it's about 2,000 to get from 7 to 8. It's about 3,000 to get to 8 to 9. And it's 5,000 to get from 9 to 10. So that's definitely going to slow down. I say it's 11:20. We're out of energy. We got a glow ring. Let's bask in the glow that is light. Happy, happy, joy, joy. Blue chicken to the RNG gods and goddesses for providing us. They haven't given us a weapon, but they've given us light. And of the two, I guess this is a better one since we did get our bug insect head, so. Okay, now we are going to, just because I know there's a quest coming. I think I'm going to just stick it up here in our seed vault for right now. We're going to take one of these largemouth bass and we're going to keep it because Jody does have a mission or whatever to bring her a bass. We could always catch another one later, but we might as well go ahead and just keep it because I think we're going to do quite well. This should give us enough money to buy the workbench. I don't know if we'll get the large chest, big chest recipe because I think that takes 120 wood and copper, where right now it's just 50 wood. So we can build 2 chests, 2.5 chests at the price of 1 big chest. So we will sell all this stuff. Well, we should probably at some point start keeping that stuff. Sell the row. We should have went up to the mines and dropped that stuff off. We'll do that tomorrow. Whenever we do our next mining run, I guess. Drop that stuff off. The rest of that is okay. I think we'll just start putting those in the seed vault. And then tomorrow, I think we need to rearrange the house so that we can get to the TV and the calendar and everything in a relatively efficient manner so we don't forget to check it. All right, 4,500. I was hoping for 5,000. We did keep 1 largemouth bass, which would have been another 187. So that would have got us to 46, almost 47. But that's a good day. That'll get us our workbench. And armed with the workbench, then crafting gets easier. So I think we can do that. And then we can start saving up money for summer seeds, which we should be fine there as well. Other than that, I don't think we have... We could start saving for the fish smoker. If we're going to keep doing this fishing... How many fish do you have to sell to make up for that, right? Like at $100 for the high-end fish, 10,000, 1,000. You have to sell 100 fish to break even. I don't know that we're going to rely on fishing that long, so we might not rush into the fish smoker. Eventually we'll get it, but okay, let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Let's get a little bit of house reorg done here. Put the TV up here. Put that over there. That can go over there. Okay. Booksellers in town. Ooh. We should check because the pricing guide could be available. I don't know. Is that come later? I don't know if that's available quite yet. We should check. Beautiful and sunny. Cash. Yeah, we're making lots of cash. I would argue probably 70%, 75% of our money has come from fishing. If I had to guess. Strawberries. Alright, if that didn't level us in farming. There we go. New ideas to sleep on. Beautiful. So another farming level. That's always good. What's that put us at? Oh, cool. That puts us at a good spot. We get to pick a skill. So that'll be level 5 farming. What are we going to go with? Animal products worth 20% more. Probably tiller. That'll get us to artisan. How much are we going to go wine and cheese? I don't know yet. But all crops grow 10% faster. Crops worth 10% more. Okay, so let's hold on to our strawberries. Let's not sell our strawberries today. We'll wait until we get the boost. So we won't sell today. Just to maximize our profit as much as we can. We don't need the money today, so if we were like needing to buy something, we would sell, but and truthfully, we're actually sitting pretty good. We have an ancient fruit in the ground, which means we can start harvesting that. Once we get ourselves a seed maker, we'll probably keep all that, and then we'll start putting that in the greenhouse as well. So we'll have a plot. Hopefully we'll get some coffee beans. Plot of coffee. We can grow out. We need to grow a cauliflower because I messed that up. So we'll do that. We'll probably take those 2 seeds that we got of each of the spring crops and grow those. I don't know yet. Actually, we should probably, before spring ends, just get 15 of each crop. Then we can grow it as needed. So we'll probably do that. Oh yeah, we've made, like I said, we've made probably, I would argue 75% of our money from fishing. And we're popping enough perfects now that we're actually doing quite well. And if you really want to maximize the fishing as a profit maker, get yourself the bait maker as soon as you can, and then you can just make bait for the specific fish that pays the most, right? Like a largemouth bass. Largemouth bass pays pretty well. And so then you can just pull up the expensive fish as opposed to random. Right now we're still in random. We still are lacking our bait maker. So, okay, so here's what we're going to do. What are we going to hit today? Fishing, mines. We should hit the mines again, I think. All right, let's go ahead and just... We're going to keep a hold of these strawberries. Because we might as well wait till we get the 10% bonus. Alright, if we're going to hit the... Let's not take our fishing pole. We won't need that. Won't need that. Yeah, might need that. Alright, I think we have geodes up in the mining. Let's do this. Let's head up to the mines. We'll swap out our ore, get some more bars going. Then we will grab the geodes, go down, crack those with Clint, and then hit the bookseller. See if there's something good with the bookseller. Yeah, it does take a little bit of skill. At least until you get your skill levels up, that helps a ton as well. Copper, there we go. Grab the geodes. Alright, let's head down, talk to Clint, talk to the bookseller. And then I think another mining day. We need some depth. We need to get to that level 40. Because we need to start making... we need to start getting iron. Our lack of iron is going to start to become a problem for the recipes that we want to craft. And again, we could buy it, but we're trying not to spend money that way. All right, you can now see the value of your items. Let's go ahead and get that. That's the only one we can really afford. These are nice. This gives you a 0.5 buff to your speed. Part 2 gives you another 0.5. This gives you is it 0.4? I think it takes you from 6.6 to 7, something like that. This one's good. It makes it so you can get through your crops faster. I think it goes from like a -1 to a -0.3 reduction, something like that. All right. Yay. Now we can see how much stuff is worth. All right. So we could sell our geodes for 300. We're going to spend 150. So it's 450 that we have to make. The iron we needed. That's good. More copper than I really wanted. Oh, the iron's good though. Oh, that's a I'll take that. That's not good for money, but it'll be good for progression. Iridium? We got one iridium ore. Okay, what do we get? 80. 150. We didn't make a lot of money, but that's nice. Alright. We're still gonna... I'm still gonna sell this stuff. We'll get more later. Alrighty. We still have 2,000 left, which means we can pick up our last... I think our last upgrade we're looking to get for this stream is the Workbench. So let's go ahead and get that. I always take a walk. Well, good luck with that. And then I think our next other upgrade then is going to be, we need to start saving for our first chicken coop. 4,000. That's in striking distance. I think we have the wooden stones. So I think that'll be our focus maybe for this week. I think we could still pull that off this week. But the rest of today, I think we're going to hit the mines. Yeah, that, like you said, that big, if you can catch them. I'm decent at the fishing game, so I don't. All right, let's get some iron going. Yes, coal would be helpful. All right, we can do 3 iron bars. Nice. And we've got 3 gold on the way, which means we can make 3 worm bins if we have the hardwood. We've got quite a bit of hardwood. I don't know if we have 45 hardwood. I like the Meadowlands farm. Between the chickens and the bluegrass that you get there, I like it. High on my list. I don't want to say favorite, but definitely high on my list of farms. Okay. We'll fight what we need to fight if we... Because we can basically 1 or 2 hit everything. But I think we're going to start taking depth now as our priority. So we won't necessarily smack every rock, or we will mine every, like, ore and gems and stuff like that. We'll grab forageables and all that kind of stuff. But other than that, I think we're going to go for levels now. Wilderness was fun. I like the forest farm as well. That one's a fun one. Trying to think, what's my favorite so far? It might be the Meadowlands farm. I really liked it. That's also the farm we did our last Joja playthrough on. So we kind of took it to the extreme. We had 12 chicken coops on that farm. So we had 144 blue chickens on that farm. We had 48 ostriches? I think we had 48 ostriches. And 24 cows. So that farm was an animal rancher produce beast. Now also keep in mind we were doing all that modded, which means we had automated almost all of that as far as harvesting all that product and stuff like that. I don't know, man, I don't know if I'd want to try to collect eggs from 144 chickens. I mean, you have the auto grabbers, but even then, man, the amount that you're walking around just collecting eggs. Alright, we're gonna have to eat here, I think. Oh, we got a pretty quick exit there. Alright, there's 30. Oh, yes. Oh, I'm glad we got our glow ring. That's fortunate. We got our glow ring before we had to come into this subsection. Thankfully, these levels don't last long. But the darkness is no fun. Yeah. I think the nice part about that one is I think it has the hardwood stumps over on the west side. If I remember right. But yeah, Meadowlands, I would so far... Now, I haven't played the beach farm, or the stock beach farm. I've played a beach farm, a modded one. I still want to do the Four Corners. I think Four Corners would be fun. Hilltop looks interesting. I almost made this playthrough a Four Corners playthrough. But since we're going pure vanilla, I thought, you know what? We should probably just use the standard farm. Keep things as vanilla can be. So we went with the standard farm. But yeah, I want to play the Four Corners. Yeah, and again, if you're playing vanilla, the beach farm's limitations are definitely real. There are mods out there to make it so that you can plant on the sand, or use sprinklers on the sand. At that point, that farm is a beast. That's a big farm. It has a lot of ground. But yeah, the stock limitation being that you can't use the sprinklers. But yeah, if you remove that... But yeah, I've never played the stock beach farm. Alright, 11:20. I think this is the last dark level. So we'll get through this. And then hopefully be into my favorite levels, which are the ice levels. I like them. Alright, come on. Let us free. Make sure there wasn't one hidden down here. So dark. There we go. Oh, nope, maybe there's 5 more. Alright, well, we're out. Alright, let's go ahead and take this stuff with us. Let's see, what do we have? Iron, copper. Alright. Copper. Didn't get any more gold ore. Our dwarf scrolls out here. Oh, there's another dwarf scroll. We have 2 of that one. Okay, we can dump one of those. Anything else in here? We can't really do much with that, so we'll just sell it. Okay, I think we're ready to head home. Yeah, they got this small farming plot for sure. Yeah, our last playthrough we had a pretty insane farming setup, but again, we had the tractor mod, we had Joja mows and stuff like that. But... Okay, let's see. Store those. Take 10 coal back with us. I don't know if we're going to need it or not, but... Alright, let's make the run. See if we can make it. 110. We'll run through town with an iridium ore above our head to show people that we have it. This is going to be close. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to make it. Nope. Passed out right next to our house, but that's all right. All right. Like I said, I think we're going to go ahead and take Tiller because I like Artisan. Yep, I'm good with that. Okay. Well, we didn't make any money because we didn't sell anything, but that means our penalty for passing out will be less as well. Okay, I think we're in pretty good shape. We got 10 more levels to get that mining mission done. Then I think we start saving for the chicken coop. I think that's our next upgrade. We'll have to check on how much wood we have, but stone we should be fine. So let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. Oops, I hit the button a little early. That's all right. Welcome back. Yeah, some of those challenge runs are actually pretty interesting. I was watching one the other day, a guy who I think he made it to 1,000,000 gold before the end of spring. Something like that. Like it was pretty crazy. Lots of fishing. He did lots of fishing. Yeah, we're nowhere near anybody's gonna dance with us, so we'll accept that. All right, let's see. Let's sell that, sell that. Keep those. There we go. All right. So we can make a worm bin. Let's see, we can make only one right now. We only have the one iron bar. But we can make it. We might go get the second. We are missing moss. I don't think we have any moss. But we can get this cranking. We have 3 more iron bars in the works, though, so I think I might go grab those before we make the worm bin, because we actually have quite a bit in the way of what you call it. I don't know what I'm thinking. Bait. There we go. We're going to keep up our sell everything mode. Might have to move that. Oh, excuse me. Where are we at on bait? 200. Yeah, we got plenty of bait. Alright, some of this stuff we're going to have to move out of here and probably put in a chest on the inside. We're going to have to collect some more wood. Stone. How are we doing on stone? Stone we're fine. Wood we're okay. We'll throw that in there. Alright, today we're going to go ahead and sell our strawberries, because now we have the bonus. We can't talk to Robin today, so we can't really move the dog. We might just move... Actually, did we put anything in there? We didn't. I think this right now is just going to become our... Let's see, let's pull equipment out of there. Equipment, clothing, equipment. Bait can go out of there. Alright, that's not bad. Let's do a little bit of a cleanup here. So we'll put equipment, shirts, hats, gear, bait. Alright, that'll work for now. Oops, we need to get our scythe. I think some of our rice is done. Nope. That part's done. That's not done. More strawberries that we evidently didn't water correctly at some point. Happens. Let's get our water on. And then we'll decide what we want to do. We have the flower dance tomorrow. That's going to kill that day as far as a productivity day. I guess it doesn't have to. So, we could choose to just skip it. I mean, we don't have to go to it, but I usually try to make it to all the events. If we can. I rarely miss an event. I've reset days because I missed events. Water, water, water. Oh yes, it'll be so nice to get sprinklers. We need a rainy day, and we need to get our watering can upgraded as well. That would help our life a little bit. Yeah, I try not to miss the events. I mean, it's good for conversation, if nothing else, to get the friendship with the NPCs. If you have to do it for stat reasons. Alright, I think we got everything there. Stitch that. I don't think we have our axe with us. We'll worry about that later then. Alright. So what do we need today? I think probably another mining run. That's probably where we're lacking the most. Yeah, we're 5 there, 5 there, 5 there. Only 2 and 3 in mining and combat. Alright, take that with us. Can't talk to Robin today. She is at aerobics, I'm gonna guess. That's a wise attitude to have, right? Yeah, I'm mostly gonna... Eventually that's all gonna turn into cropland, so... Yep. Robin's at aerobics. Figured so. Yeah, keep those weeds from growing in, I guess, at the beginning of each season. All right. We got more stuff done. Oh, we cleared all of our food out of here at some point, so... Not sure if that was the bestest of ideas, but... We have enough. Alright, so I think we have 5 more levels of dark to get through here. Evil dark levels. If you hit these before you have a light, it's pretty rough. Where are you at, Bat? Alright, I see you. Especially if there's an existing staircase, you can't even see it. Ooh, an Omni Geode. Tough bat. Yeah, the torch over your head's about the only way to get through these levels if you don't have light. Alright, there we go. We're well fed. Let's find us an exit. This one's not too bad. It's got the wall lights that are definitely helping. But yeah, I mean, that's a lot of dark over there. Any more baddies? Yeah, you made a good point earlier, though. I sometimes need to shut down my maximize every moment, get through things in the most efficient way possible mentality. It can get in the way. Hey, we got a mining level. It can sometimes get in the way of enjoyment. Similar to one of my other favorite quotes, perfection is the enemy of done. I'll admit, I've watched other people play, and I almost cringe when I see somebody like, okay, I'm gonna go to bed now, and it's like 8 o'clock, they have half their energy left, and I'm like, no! You could get so much more done. But they're having fun, and that's all that matters. Man, a couple of these levels have been rough on us as far as finding ladders. I think we should just probably take that one. Yeah, let's take it. Let's get out of these. Yay! We got the slingshot. Not that I'm going to use the slingshot a ton, but it's good to have. Alright, now we're to my favorite levels. I like these. two reasons. Those guys will give us coal. Ooh. Yeah, we are due for a pickaxe upgrade, though. That's going to slow us down. But here's what we need. We need this iron. So I'm thinking maybe tomorrow we might want to go ahead and get our pickaxe upgrade going. Then we can fish for money. Actually, tomorrow won't work. We'll do it the next day. Tomorrow's the flower dance. So, Thursday, I think we'll give up our pickaxe. Get it upgraded. So hopefully we can get enough iron. We'll have to decide how many worm bins we want to make. Which we might put a hold on the worm bins then, because we are sitting on a lot of bait right now. Or, let's see, depends on how many iron bars we can get. I say, here's what we'll probably do. When we get to the next 5 level point, we'll pop up, we'll check the furnaces. We've got enough iron right now for 2 more iron bars. We'll see where we get. We need 5 for the pickaxe. Oh, come on. And then we'll, whatever we have after that, we'll build worm bins out of. So I'm thinking maybe 2. I think we could probably get to maybe 7 iron bars if things go well here. See how much iron we can pull by the time we get to the next level. And let the pain begin. Our luck in finding ladders seems to be legendary. All right, there's 45. Bing. Okay, so we've got 3 more going there. And that just gets us to 5, so no worm bins quite yet. We'll take that with us. Keep that stuff out here. Frozen geode. Copper. There we go. Okay. Well, we have enough to upgrade our pickaxe. Okay, here's what I think we'll do. We will flower dance tomorrow. Could probably do some fishing in the morning. Flower dance. Then Thursday, we'll hit the mines until about 2 o'clock. And at that point, we should be able to pop over, see Clint, hopefully get enough iron to get a couple more worm bins. And that'll give us, because we're in the iron section now. So as long as we can go down and get some iron, that'll probably work. Then we can get our pickaxe upgrade. So we mine in the morning, pickaxe upgrade in the afternoon on Thursday. Hopefully get enough iron to set up our worm bins, fish out the rest of the week. Reach the bottom. Yeah, okay. And then we can use that money we make off of fishing to buy our chicken coop. So I think we could have a chicken coop by the end of the week, maybe. Let's see, Sunday, Saturday. We'd have to buy it by Friday. If I'm doing the calendar maths right. That's doable. Mining, fishing on Thursday. Fishing some Friday. Maybe. Don't know if we'll hit the $4,000 by then or not. We do have strawberries for sale tonight. So there's a chance that we'll actually have that done. We'll see. We'll see how we sell. We also have some kale for sale as well. Or we will be able to sell kale here eventually. All right, let's get our watering can. There we go. We're going to fish tomorrow, so let's grab that and that. Might need that. Don't need that. Might need it. That goes there, there. Okay, I think we're in good shape. We'll catch up on chat here. Yeah, torches on sprinklers is so nice. That's a great strategy for sure. Yeah, 10 million in the first spring is insane. I've seen, like I said, I watched somebody hit the 1 million mark. He made it to Skull Cavern, or he made it to the desert before the first Desert Fest and was able to run Skull Cavern before he even hit the bottom of the mines because you can run it because of the event, and got iridium ore and a bunch of stuff. It was actually pretty interesting as a strategy. Nah, it was just them playing and having fun. They just thought they got done what they wanted to get done that day and just went to bed earlier. I have seen speedrunners do that for sure. Like, they're just gonna, like, nope, I'm just gonna go through a bunch of days to make something happen. Yeah, we do need to save up, right? By the end of the week, to buy seeds as well. What are we gonna plant in the summer? Do we go all in on blueberries? Blueberries is our cash crop. We probably won't have desert access, so we'll probably do blueberries. Again, we still don't have sprinklers. I think we're going to have to spend a lot more time in the mines. That's what I'm feeling. Blueberries. Oh, we need the seeds. Sorry. I always forget the wiki. 80 gold. So how many do we want to put in? Let's see if we did. Yeah, probably up to 5 grand. We should probably save up. So we might fish out the rest of the week just to get our money up. Yeah, that makes sense for sure. All right, one last check. Yeah, tomorrow's the flower dance. Hey, there's our glowstone ring. I don't think we have near the... All right, that helped. Our strawberry sales helped for sure. And we should get one more round of strawberry sales, I believe. So we're looking at another... conservatively 5,000. We won't go all the way to the 57, just in case. So our strawberry sales should pay for our summer seeds. Like even if we go with 64 blueberries, that'd be 8 plots of 8. Yeah, that's 5120. I don't think I have anything else really to buy. The large chest recipe, but I'm not going to rush into that. Oops, I probably shouldn't have hit that. Yeah, I just want to... glowstone, I usually go from glowstone to the iridium version of it. So, okay, let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back. Yeah, I agree 100%. The glowstone is at the time you get it, that's a big one. Now, we've been really lucky. As far as ring drops go, we have a magnet ring and a glow ring. Like, honestly, I mean, outside of some crazy rare ring, that's a pretty good starter set of rings. And then we'll get upgraded to the glowstones as soon as we can. Wolfie, how you doing? Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. So yeah, no complaints. No complaints on our ring acquisitions here. One more day. I was really hoping that was done. It would have been nice. That is definitely one of the mods that I missed. I think it's UI Info Suite or Informant. One of those two. Which basically tells you how many more days you have until your crops are done. I missed that one. Also, it'll tell you if your crops are watered or not. I mean, visually you can tell, but these larger crops, when they start to fill up the whole plot, it is definitely possible to miss one. We are a watering machine. What's sad is we can be replaced by one little nozzle machine that will do all this every day for us. Yeah, those are some of my, those interface mods are some of my favorites. They just give you more info, right? It's nothing that, it doesn't change the game, it just gives you access to data, and data is a good thing. Alright, well, nobody's going to dance with us at the flower dance, so we are not well liked in town. I think we got them all. Alright, let's see. We have till 2 or 3. We have till 2. Missed one? Okay. Where at? There it is. Good eye. Thank you, thank you. There's a mod called like the Squad or Squad something or something like that to let you hire the townsfolk. This actually looks pretty good. It's still early in its development, but I might have to do just a one-off stream where we test it out. Since we're playing unmodded now, I might have to start doing some mod testing just to keep that part going. All right, you know what the townsfolk love is if you show up at the flower dance smelling like fish. That'll give them an excuse not to dance with us. Where you going, Lewis? Little secret rendezvous? Yeah, we're only at the 4-hour mark right now. We usually go 6. We're into our second week, though. We did Salmonberries the first 4 days, which means the days flew by, so... I would guess we'll probably hit the 6-hour mark tonight. I don't think we'll go 7, just because I think the days have gone by too fast. How you feeling? You feeling better? Hopefully. Yeah, for us, it's just about midnight here. We're still a little bit early. We're doing pretty well. We're gonna wrap up spring in two streams, though. I didn't realize when I play with Chests Anywhere and Automate and all those kind of mods, just how much time I spend in the menus, which means the game is paused. So like a day will last for 45 minutes, and here we're getting through days in less than somewhere between 20 and 30 minutes. Like right now it's paused, so you know it doesn't continually run. We're not playing multiplayer here. 3 a.m. Yeah, time zones will get you. All right, well, I don't think... Oh, we did bring some food. Okay. We'll pop a salmonberry or two. Again, we only want to go till about 1:30 here. Because the flower dance, we got to get to the flower dance by 2. So this is just a little bit of... So this is the min-maxer, power gamer, whatever you want to call it mentality, right? Like, we have until 2. We could have went to the flower dance as soon as it opened. But why? Why waste these hours? Like, I'm going to try to get one more cast in here. Come on. Come on. Give us the fish. So each 10 minutes is about 7 seconds. I purposely fished here so that when it gets to 150, we can just run over to the flower dance. So that is a certain play style. It's that, again, that min-maxing. Try to take advantage of every moment. That can get you in trouble. Like if we missed the flower dance, that would have been horrible. But there you go. We can attend the flower dance smelling like fish. And no one will want to dance with us because we stink. Oh, crap. Do I want the deluxe scarecrow? Alright, well, we have 7,000, so let's go ahead and get it. Well, this hits early enough in the year. I don't think I'm going to be worrying about perfection until quite a bit later, so we'll pick up the tub of flowers recipe next year. The rest of that stuff I don't want. Alright. I'm not even going to ask any of them, because this is our our friendship levels are insanely bad. Yeah, just Linus. I'm gonna make Linus my best friend. I feel like I should ignore everybody else. I think summer we should probably start paying attention to friendships. We'll slip into a more classic gameplay style, I think, once we hit summer, where we'll give gifts and we won't just be everything about money. Nope, I'm not asking you. I'm not gonna get rejected. It looks great. You're glad I'm here? Would you dance with me? Probably not. Hey, Willie. I have mine. Let's fish. Let's do it. Sweet wine, a babbling brook, warm air, and wine. Dudge, was it duck dodge, dodge duck, dip? I can't remember. You really like flowers? thought, wasn't it you that had the allergies, or is that Alex? You said ugh, and then I asked you to dance. That's just not right. Hey, we're matching Joja. We should dance. No. No one wants to dance with me. Sweet with all these flowers. Hello, people who won't dance with me. Go for it. Hey, buddy. Hey, the only one that is technically friendly with me. Was it you and Robin? I think it's you and Robin. Go for it. Make your move, buddy. George. Wear sunglasses. They are beautiful. I say go for it, buddy. All right. How'd we do? Pierre, we can't get to Pierre. We missed Clint. Ah, you're hiding in front of the big thing of flowers. I say go for it, buddy. Yeah, we should work that up as well. All right. Yeah, start. No one's going to dance with me anyway. What a lovely dance. I think they practice. Are there rehearsals in town? Alright, let's see what we have here. We'll sell some fish. We need to rework our... I think our station here. Move it around a little bit. Maybe move it up there, honestly. We shall see on that. Alright, probably gonna need that tomorrow. Let's see. I think we will mine in the morning, upgrade our pickaxe in the afternoon, and then fish in the afternoon to burn up our bait. Hopefully we'll get enough iron to make some worm bins. I'd like to make 4. That's my goal. Don't know if we're going to get there. We might need that to harvest tomorrow. So let's grab that. We won't be planting. We don't need that. And let's just put that in there for right now. I think I saw somewhere down here. Ooh, almost out of energy. More stumps. So one of our limiting things, I think we have enough hardwood for 2 worm bins, so we'll have to see if we can get some more here. Okay, we need to try to get our way home here. There we go. There, we're free. All right, let's see where that puts us for hardwood. So we need 45 to make 3 worm bins. So maybe that'll be our goal. Because there's a few more stumps over there, I think. So we should be able to get enough for that. All right. Not a bad day. $700 in fish. Given that it was just kind of some bonus time, that's not too bad. So, hey, sorry, Lisa, I didn't see your goodbye. Hey, take it easy. Thanks for hanging out with us. We do appreciate it. Have a wonderful rest of your night. All right, take a quick break. I'll be right back. All right, welcome back. So harvest water, mine fish. I think that's our plan for today. All right, we got rain tomorrow. Oh, you know what that presents? Thursday. That presents an opportunity. And that is this. If it's going to rain tomorrow, we could water today and we could get our watering can upgrade going. Tomorrow we don't have to water, and we can recover our watering can here, which means we can hit the mines some more. I think we might do that instead. Then when we get to the spring or summer, we'll have an upgraded watering can. When do we get, you know what, let's take a look at this. It won't matter if we're going to get sprinklers here pretty soon. Because if we're going to go convert over to sprinklers, our watering can doesn't matter. Farming level 6. Yeah, you know what? I don't think I'm going to do that upgrade. I mean, eventually I will. You want to have that upgrade when you get to the volcano. You know, but we got plenty of time before that. We can't be that far from farming 6. Farming 6 gets us to quality sprinklers, and then I don't have to worry about watering crap. Hey Z, welcome back. Okay, scratch that. I think we'll go ahead and we need iron and gold for quality sprinklers. Okay, I think we'll push for that. All right, back to the original plan then. Now again, I think, yep, there we go. Soulfire, how you doing? Okay, right there. There's farming 6. So we've got the ability to make sprinklers. We don't necessarily have the materials to make sprinklers. Which means we really need to hit the mines. But also means we really need to get our upgrade done to our pickaxe. That'll make that a lot easier. We also should start making it a point to go into town and check the help wanted request, because we could theoretically pick up potentially some quality sprinklers on the prize machine. Okay, here's what I think we'll do then. I still think we'll stick with our original plan. Original plan is going to be to mine in the morning. We'll get to Clint's. We'll get started on our pickaxe upgrade. Hopefully we'll get enough iron to build our worm bins as well. What do we need for them? God, we need gold for those as well. We've got the hardwood, we've got the fiber. We'll have the iron. Worm bins or sprinklers? There's the question. Alright, let's see. Let's dump that. Shouldn't need that. We will want that. Don't need that. Let's take that. Probably take that. Sued. Ooh, that would have been bad. We were saved by the gaming systems. Okay. 8:20. Actually, we got a pretty early start. We didn't have to water near as much today. Oh, wait, we have gold in here. Okay. And iron. And copper. Okay. Let's pull that back out of there. I think having it spread into 2 locations was causing me some grief. All right, let's head to the mines. So far on this stream, our big plans, well, one of our big plans is we got the 3rd backpack upgrade. So that was one of the things that we wanted to get done. We are working to get our worm bins built so that we have a supply of bait. That's the two major things. We did salmonberry season the first 4 days. That made a huge difference. We've used up, we got to about 250, I think, on salmonberries. Something like that. So now what we're saving up for is... Alright. So we have enough to upgrade... Let's just take all that out. We have enough to upgrade our pickaxe. So our goal now is going to be to go get enough... We need at least 2 more iron bars, so we need 8 more iron in order to be able to do worm bins, if we want to do 3. Maybe we'll knock that back to 2, because right now we've got the gold to do... What do we need? Oh crap, we should have brought... We should have brought refined quartz, or quartz out here with us, because we need refined quartz as well. I'd like to make at least 8 sprinklers, which means we need 4 more gold and 16 total iron if we want to do all of our upgrades. And then we also want to try to build a chicken coop at some point. That's kind of where we're at. Okay, let's see. Well, you know what? No matter what we do, we're hitting the mines today. So let's just do that, and maybe the... Oh, we got a special slime there. That forest sword is actually pretty good. That's a huge upgrade, not compared to what we have, but what we would have had at this point. But yeah, we really need the upgrade to get through the rocks better down here. And if we get lucky, we're hoping for a coffee drop. Coffee bean would be nice. Okay, let's put these down here. Alright, there's some of our iron. There's some iron. Oh, this is a good level for us. So we're mostly just in infrastructure building. That's really how I'm treating the spring. Right, the purpose of the spring for us is just to try to get everything built out so that the farm is in good shape. Everything's kind of working and running. Again, so we have things like worm bins creating bait. We have sprinklers so we don't have to water every morning. So that's really our big goals for the rest of this stream. And then obviously raise our skills. Mining and combat are lagging behind a little bit. Fishing is rocking. We're a fishing machine. Then we just hope for some luck. On some of the other stuff. So I'm also debating on, like, we put our furnaces here in the mines just because it was convenient early on before we had a ton of inventory space. But now that we've got the inventory space, I'm wondering if we should go ahead and just take those now back to the main farm. And my spacing and facing was all off there. So we might move that back to the farm so we don't have our production spread out to multiple places. Ugh, we're taking some damage. Alright, I think we just need an exit now. Well, that was convenient. Tundra boots. Alright. Level 50. Alright, let's see. Let's go see Clint today. Can leave that stuff here. Leave that here. Yeah, I've heard people talking about it. I've seen the confirmation. I haven't done any deeper looking into it after that, but it's exciting. It's definitely exciting. I am cautiously optimistic, I guess, is the best word for it. An update is going to happen is a great statement. The question could be, though, that could be something that happens 5 years from now, right? You know, it's one of those things that I want to temper my expectations and hope, if that makes sense. This is going to be close. I think he closes at 4. Yeah, we made it. Okay. Let's get the steel pickaxe. And then we'll go ahead and process our geodes. But yeah, it's exciting. That's what I'm wondering as well, right? Like, what does 1.7 mean? Does that mean bug fixes, little things, or does it mean content? It's definitely got people talking, though, for sure. It's exciting. All right, Z, see you in about 10. Holy cow. Well, we cleaned up on coal. I don't hate that. Okay. What's this? Oops. I think we had... Is that a frozen tier? Actually, I think that was just a frozen tier. Yeah. Alright, I think I will go ahead and... We got 3 of our dwarf scrolls. which is nice to have early on. All right, let's see. We've got a red one, green, and yellow. We're missing the blue. That's actually, honestly, these are the things, if I want stuff early, Ancient Seed and the Dwarf Scrolls, I'm happy about that. That's actually a pretty good start. We are one scroll away from the translation guide. All right, so we're going to tweak our plan here a little bit, I think, in that the plan was to fish in the afternoon. We probably still will. I think, though, let's go ahead and get home and change some of our infrastructure out. Sure, stand there and stop me from doing trash cans. Because we need to get some refined quartz going for sprinklers. Oh, he caught me. Well, you know what? You guys all hate me anyway, so I don't care. Deal with it. We're not friends with anybody. Linus and Robin. We're not even friends with them. Have I played Peak? Don't think so. Yeah, well, that's what the hope kind of is, right? Like, it ends up being... And that's the other thing I think we want to be, you know, realistic on expectations, right? If 1.7 isn't a huge content upgrade, will people be disappointed with it? Because that's not fair either. Okay, let's see. Let's, for right now, figure out where do we want to put our production. I don't think I want that inside. So let's go pull this. Oops, we dumped all of our tools. We need our tools. All right, let's see. Pickaxe. Oh, I gave up my pickaxe, but we can use that. That'll be fine. Actually, I'm kind of thinking over here next to the house. Gotta start there. Alright, so if we put our workbench here, then they'll be able to pull from all of those. Let's put... Okay, or... Actually, the bars need to go down here. Coal. Okay, so a couple of things we need to do here. We need to get quartz going. So let's get around to that first. Honestly, yeah, let's leave that in there. Alright. That stuff's not crafting. Not crafting. Alright, the rest of that stuff is crafting. So let's go ahead this is just going to be right now a miscellaneous chest full of stuff that I'm honestly just don't know where else to put it. Alright, let's sell that. Put that in there. Alright, we'll start keeping some of the stuff that we've been dumping. Alright, let's pull those out. That's all forageables. Forageables. Alright. Cave carrots. We'll keep a hold of those. That's a forageable. That'll go in there. That's food. That's food. Okay, by and large, I think that's not bad. I do think I'm going to slide this one over. Slide that one over. Alright, so that's our main resources for crafting. We've got forageables there. We've got stuff up there. That's just a miscellaneous dump chest right now. Which means this one is what? It's... Okay, let's put our... let's keep our old gear in here. Old gear. Food, I think we'll keep. Bug meat, let's keep that. Okay, old. Probably not going to use it. Let's pull that out. Alright. Food. It's a forageable. Okay. That's looking better. So let's take a look at where are we on worm bins then. We've got one iron bar. Once these are done, perfect. All right, let's go ahead and get a round of iron going. Come on, kick over. There we go. Refined quartz we'll put in there. That means we should be now... Oh no, tonight we'll get level 6 farming, which will give us our next sprinkler. And that will take gold, iron, and refined quartz. So we've got 4 towards that. We've got 4 gold bars. I think we'll do 2 worm bins. Then we'll start making sprinklers. We need to get gold. I don't want to buy gold, but we might have to buy gold. I'd like to have... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. At least 8. We'll have to see. We'll have to see how many sprinklers we can make. But we'll make as many as we can. Alright, we'll throw that in there. It's food, bait, weapon. Okay, well, we didn't get our fishing in for money, but we did get a lot of infrastructure kind of put in place, which is a good thing. I like this better. This will make our life easier. So let's go ahead and honestly, this one... Slide over there. There we go. Okay. Liking that. Water the dog. Pet the dog. We watered our crops. Alright, we got about an hour. Let's head east here and just see if we can find ourselves some more large stumps. Maybe not. Maybe we got them all. I don't see any others. Which means our next major upgrade might just be our steel axe, and we can get into the secret woods. That'll get us access to hardwood. Because I think we've cleaned out the farm. There might still be a stump somewhere, but we'll have to look in the daylight. It'll be a little easier. But I think we got most of them, so. All right. Feeling good about that. Feeling good about that. We now have enough for 2 worm bins. Let's go ahead before we pass out tonight. We'll make those because I promised them on the thumbnail. And where do we want to put them? Didn't really leave myself a lot of room there. You know what? I'm just going to put these inside. That can be something we just check before we leave for the day. I think they're like a once a day thing. Level 6 farming. So we got our quality sprinkler. Now we just need the materials to go to make it. The kale did well by us. All right, we needed that money. So that made up for our non-fishing and the 1 gold we got there. So thank you to the kale for carrying us there. That'll give us enough. We need to bank at least 5. If we want to do 64 blueberries, we need 5,000. If we want to do 5,100, if we wanted to do 128, we would need 10 grand. So we'll start saving that. We also might buy chickens. We'll see. Let's take a quick break. Chasing butterflies. Enjoy those butterflies. All right. I'm going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. All right. Welcome back. Let's see where things are going. I hear rain. Oh, we got a new achievement. It's going to rain tomorrow as well. Well, that's going to open up our day. Actually, that's kind of nice. That means we don't have to worry about doing any kind of watering. We just have to harvest. What do we got? Earn 15,000, earn 50,000, catch 100 fish, catch 10 different fish. Alright, we should make roughly 5,000 from strawberries. Now there's a few of these that are a day off that we'll get tomorrow. Is this done? That's done. Yeah, everything's kind of wrapping up here, so that's good. Our spring crops are kind of at an end. We do want to make sure we go to Pierre's, and I think we want to buy, I don't know, maybe 15, 16? 16 of each thing, so we need to buy 14 more of most of our crops there. Just to have in case we need to plant them in the greenhouse. Okay, so we can now make sprinklers. We can only make 2 right now because we're low on gold. Do some more refined quartz as well. So basically at this point, we're going to try to get as many sprinklers as we can. So, question is now, do we go for money or resources? I think we need the resources more than the money. We need a chicken coop. $300 wood, 100 stone. We're 100 short on wood. We have the stone. Oh. Okay. Let's chase some wood here. And we'll go see if we have any more hardwood. Boink, boink, boink. And then I think probably back to the mines. I think I just dumped my stone. That's fine. We'll grab it before we leave. Still just chasing wood anyway. Oh, there's more hardwood. And we don't have our pickaxe because Clint is working on that, so we can't break any of the rocks. So we kind of have to cut through here the best we can. Okay, I think we got all the normal stumps. Trapped ourselves in. I think once we get our next couple of upgrades, hopefully our steel axe, then we'll probably make it a point to clean up the rest of the farm. And then we can get ourselves a tree farm planted so that we're doing a better job. I just need to move that. My muscle memory keeps kicking in. I keep using the wrong tool. But we can get some tree farms built. Get the rest of the farm cleaned up. Start to really organize. So that's probably our summer project, honestly. And then we'll start cranking through money, hopefully, and working towards the greenhouse. We do have an ancient fruit in the ground, so a sprinklered up greenhouse is probably a big deal. So I think gold and iron, honestly, are our next big acquisitions. Because now I think infrastructure demands sprinklers. Lots and lots of sprinklers. All right. What's that? Oh, Foraging XP. Okay, we've got the wood, we've got the stone. Let's just sell our mushrooms. How we doing on skills? Pretty good, actually. All right, 1230. Coop is wood, stone, and 4,000 gold. Let's go get that in place. Then I think after that, since we're already up there, we'll probably hit the mines. So let's go ahead and not take extra wood. We only need 300, so there's no point in filling up our inventory with it. I don't think we're going to get fishing in today. Oops. Yeah, that's the right one. Won't need our axe. Don't need that. Actually, crap, we can't hit the mines. We don't have our pickaxe, so we will be doing fishing today. Never mind. Alright, let's change over here a little bit. Alright, fishing. Let's take the scythe with us. There we go. Alright, we can still go up to the robins, then we'll fish in the mountain lake. We do need some energy. So let's see, what are we going to take with us? We're still cranking through these spring onions. So. Alright. Slight change of plans, but An okay change of plans. Well, it's raining. We could go after catfish again. Catfish pay really well. Hey, Z. How you doing? Well, hopefully you had a good dinner. Nothing wrong with grabbing a good dinner. Hey, we leveled foraging. Okay, that means, note to self, we don't have to make it back to the house until 2. Alright, I have no idea where I'm going to put this. Let's see, do I want to move anything here? Do I want that back like that? This guy, I think we're going to move over here. Just to clean up the front of the house. I'm thinking the chickens we could put right here. Could put them over here. Let them kind of eat through this grass. You don't want it to be too far away because you want to be able to get to it easy. Yeah, I think we'll build it in this dead spot up here. Let's see, anything else we want to move? I don't know if I want to move my house back one. Nah, I like being able to run behind it. Okay. Let's go ahead and build ourselves a chicken coop. Should be able to slip it in right here. Let's put it even with the house. Why not? That seems reasonable. There we go. Done and done. I hope not. This is my motto. Right? It's always about adapting. It's about flexibility. It's great to have a plan. But adhering too strongly to a plan is just as detrimental as not having a plan at all. So, right, adapt. That's important. Look at the parameters, look at the situation, and see what you can pull off. See? Right here, we adapted. We said, let's go after some catfish. And now we can actually get a 400 gold reward for catching catfish. What a deal. Okay. So, what we're doing now is once the season ends, you can't buy seeds out of season, at least not right now. There are ways to do it in the future, but right now we can't. But we can grow things out of season in the greenhouse. So we're going to go ahead and just pick up those seeds, put them in our seed vault. And then we have access to them if we need them. Alright. We're going to need some energy here. We might as well eat while we're inside and dry. Mines are fun too. Oh, question time. For my first time playing, what do you recommend I focus on doing first? Because I have no idea with this game. I would say, yeah, I think Soulfire's got some good idea there, right? Farming is good, fishing, mining, foraging. Foraging is great. The one thing I would say is they do give you quests here to kind of give you direction. So for instance, one of the first quests you're going to get is going to be to plant your parsnips, right? And get those in. So in working on that, You know, that gets you into the farming. And they give you 15 seeds. So you can just start with your 15 seeds. And then after that, you know, you'll start to just chip away at things. I have found in general, the different skills and the different things are all basically kind of linked together from the standpoint of you need, so for instance, like where I'm at right now, our farming, we're at level 6 farming, and that opened up a sprinkler. But to make the sprinkler, I need iron and gold, which I need to be a certain level in the mines to get the iron and gold, right? So all the skills are kind of interlinked if you kind of raise them all, at least in a somewhat consistent fashion, you know, somewhat even together. But especially for your first playthrough, I would say let the world take you where the world's going to take you. Right? If something looks fun, try it. There's very little in the game that you can do that's not reversible. There's some things that might cause you more pain, make it harder. The things that aren't reversible are later in the game, like there's some legendary fish you can catch eventually, but you're not going to be able to catch those at the beginning of the game. So it's nothing to really worry about. And then there's definitely a randomness to things, right? Like on this playthrough, I got an ancient seed way earlier than I think I've ever gotten one. So that's a good thing. Also, if you just want to figure out things to do, in town next to Pierre's, there's a calendar, but there's also a quest board. And those quests will normally last 2 days. Just go grab those. They will give you basically a task list, right? Like they're going to ask for a certain fish, or they're going to ask for a crop, or they're going to ask for a gold or a gem or something like that. Like, so we just finished one, right? We just finished this catfishing one. Now, sometimes they're not completable. So, for instance, if you get this catfish one, catfish only spawn in the rain. And if you get that quest and it's not raining in the early game, there's not a lot you can do about that. But they also give you rewards. They give you tickets. But, I don't know. Let the game take you where the game takes you. If that makes sense. But yeah, I think a lot of people are of the opinion, I don't think it's a bad opinion, the game is ultimately a farming simulator. A big chunk of the game is linked to farming. So getting that... that was bad. Getting that set up is a good place to start. And then you'll also discover what parts of the game you enjoy more than others, if you try out all the sections. This is going to sound weird, but I would say please don't play the way I play. We're playing through a little more optimized, although I've made a couple mistakes. Like I didn't plant a cauliflower. I knew that mission was going to come up. I knew it's part of the thing that I was going to need a cauliflower. And I didn't. I just forgot. I waited till too late. And we're happy to answer questions. No, stop. There we go. No wrong way. Absolutely. No wrong way to play. And kudos for playing your first playthrough live where everybody gets to watch you. That's how I did my first Stardew playthrough. It's one thing to play a game you know really well. It's another thing to open up and be like, hey, I'm just figuring this out. I think there's an appeal to that. I would almost rather watch a new player play and watch them figure things out than to watch somebody who's a well-oiled machine. I think there's a lot of value in it from an entertainment engagement perspective. Yeah, I've played a lot more. I haven't looked up. I'm probably over 1,500 hours in Stardew. Let's look. What's it say? Yeah, it says exactly. You've played for 1,500 hours is what it says. 1,500.2. That doesn't count tonight, but yeah, I've played Stardew basically every night since November. So, you know, that's going to change how you play. If you want to feel better, go find my first playthrough and see how many mistakes I made. I was all over the map. Like, I've done in later playthroughs, I've done in a year of in-game time what it took me 3 or 4 years to do in my first playthrough. Right? So just kind of keep that in mind. You know, my first playthrough, it took me 4 years to do things that I can now accomplish within the first year of gameplay. Ooh, sneaky, sneaky catfish. You see him double back on us like that? Like I said, for me personally, I would rather watch a newer player play because I think part of the magic to me of this game is the discovery. It is figuring things out. It's not necessarily just the actions, you know, like this mini game here is what it is. It's fine. The fishing is fine. The farming is fine. But it's the discovery of going through figuring these kind of things out. I think that's the magic of the game. And I would rather watch a player go through that than to watch a player who has done it 100 times and has figured out this like highly efficient route to do it. I still make mistakes. I still forget things. Like I said, I messed up my cauliflower. And I knew it. I knew, like, when I first started, like, I need to get that planted. And by the time I remembered it, I didn't have time to do it. I remembered too late. I've also watched players that just have a checklist that they follow. They're like, okay, on this day, I need to make sure I do this thing in order to maximize whatever. A lot of trial and error. I think that's a good way. But that's the fun. I think the trial and error is fun. Is this going to work? Is this going to work? Like I remember watching somebody play who was trying to figure out how to feed their chickens. Right? Once you've done it, you know how. But until you've figured that out, you know, it's like, well, what will work? Don't get anxiety. Like I said, I'm going to say 99% of the stuff in the game, you're not going to do anything that's not reversible. It just doesn't, most of the things don't work that way. Now, you might do something that makes it harder, that you have to spend more time figuring something out, but all in all, it's like, you're never going to get yourself like, well, I went down this path, it's not reversible. Now I'm going to assume that your plan is to do the community center. I would probably say the community center is a good place to start. Most of the tips I like to give have to do with like interface type things. So for instance, if you have something, I don't know, do we have anything? I don't think so, because we've been so not doing anything. Like if I roll over an item in my inventory, this little button will flash if I need to put it in the community center, right? That's a nice little interface tip. If you click on this, you can actually look to see what kind of things you need to complete. You can't put them in here. You have to do that in the community center, but you can at least remind yourself what you're looking for. So little things like that are good tips that I like to tell people. Not how to play, but tools to help you play. Oh, I see Nancy's dispensing wisdom, but I haven't been able to read it yet. Hey, gold ore, we can use that. Small side note, what do you recommend to start coding? I might want to start coding for funsies. That's a good question. There's two trains of thought on programming and starting programming. One, jump in the deep end and just do it. So from that standpoint, you'd probably want to pick one of the C-based languages. You know, something like maybe JavaScript, Java, C, C++, C Sharp. PHP is actually C-based. The other thing is to try to figure out the logic and then move into the language. And so from that standpoint, picking up some of your easier languages like a Python. Python's a good place to start. Trying to think of other good starter languages. Even a visual scripting language you could do. It's more markup, but HTML and cascading style sheets, along with some JavaScript, can give you most of the programming principles. What are you wanting to do with your programming? That can sometimes change where you'd want to go as well. Don't let the game beat and drain you. Yeah, have fun, for sure. Yeah, Nancy probably had a little more experience going into her first playthrough. And you've watched a lot of us play, I think, so. Okay. I mean, your web-based languages, like if you don't want to have to worry about installing anything or anything like that, like HTML is programming very, very light. Although if you get into like, oh, I don't know if they still call it the DOM, the document object model. HTML5 I haven't done anything in HTML5, but it's got some programming infrastructure on the back end. You tack onto that CSS, cascading style sheets, and JavaScript. That's a good entry. I know a lot of people like Python. Python is a good entry, but the syntax of Python is different than the syntax of like C and C++ and JavaScript. So if you change languages, you have to learn the new syntax. That's not a bad thing either. Knowing a whole bunch of different syntaxes isn't a horrible thing as well. But yeah, you can make like you can make a Pong game in HTML5. So a lot of those languages are actually more powerful than you would think. I don't know what like the Google Code Academy or some of those kind of things use. I think there's one called Scratch, but I've never used it. I don't know anything about it. I think it's a Google thing, if I remember it. I can't remember. But yeah, Python is pretty popular, I think, for getting started. Ping. Let's get a couple more casts in here. And then I think we'll head back. Process our ore. Get some more gold. That'll help in our sprinkler construction. One more catfish. And tomorrow we'll go talk to Demetrius. Get our 450 from him. Because we need to, again, we're down to 2,000 again because we spent money buying seeds and buying chicken coops. Which means we need to save up money for the rest of the spring to buy our summer seeds when that hits. Alright, let's see our seed vault. Let's get our seed vault going here. Okay. So we have 16, 16, 16, 16, 16. Alright, so we have a backup set of seeds there. What do we have here? 1,800, 800, 1,000. Alright, so it's 18, 26, 36. Call that 4,000. Now we're probably right around 5,000 in today's haul. That's not too bad. Okay, we have 5 gold. Alright, that's all good. Throw this in here. That's good. Alright, what are we up to? Alright, we can make 12 via refined quartz, 6 via iron, and 2 via gold. So gold and iron is what we need to do. We have plenty of quartz, I think. Yeah, we can make plenty of quartz. We're going to have to hit the mines again. Hopefully we get our pickaxe back tomorrow. Let's see. Let's grab that. Actually, I think it's going to rain tomorrow, so I don't think we need our... If we get our pickaxe back tomorrow, we should be able to go back to the mines. We're still okay on bait. Okay, I think that puts us in... Actually, you know what? We have a little bit of... We leveled something, right? I think we leveled something today. Let's go ahead and maximize our work time here as much as we can. Hopefully I'm not misremembering. And getting back to our original conversations, the other thing is if you ever see somebody do something or, you know, hit a key and something happens, just ask. Oh, there's no... A lot of those are just things you figure out over time. But until you've played, it's easy. There's lots of just tricks and tips and hotkeys and things that might make your life easier. Oh, we're going to pass out. I pushed myself too hard. That's going to cost us. Oh, well. I got to talking. All right, level 6 foraging, we have lightning rods. That's good. Level 9 fishing. All right, we cleared 12 grand. So, okay, that puts us in a pretty good spot. That gives us enough money for summer seeds now. So hopefully we can hit the mines, start getting stuff for sprinklers. That's our goal. All right, let's take a quick break. I will be right back. All right. Welcome back. Crossing our fingers, if I did our calendar math correct, we should get our pickaxe back today. Yep. Okay. Pickaxe is ready. Grab our bait. Check our calendar. Yeah, we've been ignoring all the birthdays. We got another rain day. And it's going to rain tomorrow. It's good. I much rather would have had the 3 rain days at the beginning of summer. But we'll take it. Yeah, I'm sure we lost a little money there because I passed out on the farm. If you're on your own farm, you should be able to just sleep wherever you want to sleep. All right, we might get 1 or 2 more strawberries out of that. Oh, you know what? We don't have any strawberry seeds. Let's go ahead and just keep a hold of those. That way, if we get a seed maker at some point, we want to make strawberry seeds, we can. All right. Robin's working on the coop. Let's go ahead and knock out some more refined quartz here. Got a gold bar. Okay, things we need today. Not a whole lot. I think we hit the beach, see if we can get a sea urchin. Because what do we need to make a bait maker still? Yeah, we've got iron, although we're saving our iron mostly for sprinklers, but if we really wanted a bait maker, we need coral and a sea urchin now, which is tide pools. Alright, let's organize here. Don't need that. Probably take that. We'll go see Clint today, so we'll take both of those. Alright, I don't think we're going to fish today. Don't think we're going to need that. Leave that behind. think we hit the mines. We need iron. We need iron and we need gold. Alright. Well, Clint's not going to open till 9. So here's what we're going to do. Let's go to Cinder Sap. We'll do a forage run. On our way to the beach, hopefully pick ourselves up a sea urchin. And then, depending on how that goes, then we'll hit the mines. On our way to the mines, we can hopefully swing by, see Demetrius, get our money for our catfish fishing that we did. That's another 450. Get the last of our free food here, at least for spring. There we go. Full on forage run here. Avoid Decon Rock. I don't even have a sign there and I'm doing good. I haven't run into it yet in this stream. Alright, we're not going to worry about the north side forage. Let's head to the beach. Run, little man, run. Run through the rain. Alright, let's pop down to the beach. We'll pick up anything down here. Beach has got some stuff going on here. Hopefully that's a good sign for getting ourselves some forage on the tide pool side. That's what, there's our sea urchin and coral. Alright. So we technically now have everything we need for the bait maker. So if we want to keep going on our fishing money making, we can now target essentially the expensive fish. Like if we wanted to make money today, what we could do would be to just target catfish and just fish up catfish all day because they're worth a lot. But I think we're okay on money. I think we have the money we need in order to buy our spring seeds. We are going to have to buy chickens at some point, but they're not overly expensive. So we can do that. So yeah, I think we're alright. Like even if we put in, what was it, 128 blueberries, which I don't think we're probably going to hit that number. I think that's only 10 grand. Alright, the steel pickaxe will help us. Penny's standing out in the rain, so we're not going to go check that trash can. Not that any of them like us all that much. Alright, we'll swing through town here. Check, there is another mission on the board here. This may change our plans, we'll see. I mean to go inside. Jade under my pillow. Well, that's just going to be if we get lucky. I don't think I've looted a jade yet, so. So, are you thinking more of like a master planned farm area or something like that? Cool idea. Farm from start to finish, fully fleshed out and planned out and all prepped. Yeah, I know I have fun when we get closer to in-game doing stuff like that, like planning out the farms. Yeah, we're not near enough good enough friends with Sebastian. Yeah, that is fun though, for sure. Almost gets into what, almost like a creative mode where you're laying stuff out and building the pathing and setting up infrastructure. This farm will get that way. If it goes the same route that my other farm did. Okay, we forgot to do our geodes, so we'll just throw those in here. For right now, we're going to dump most of this stuff. We're just carrying around too much crap. And then we'll have to haul some of that back. But like my original vanilla playthrough, we actually had I had a pretty good system going, I think, for production and all kinds of things. Hey, we got our first solar essence. We are 1 of 5 or 1 of 10, depending on if you want 1 or 2 glowstone rings. Oh, that's so much nicer. I'll pop that farm up right at the end of the stream today. I'll show you my last one that was completely vanilla and how I had it set up. I think it was, for my first playthrough, I think it was a pretty strong setup. Alright, what's our mission today? Well, I mean, 10 solar essences would be amazing. A lucky jade drop would be awesome. But really, it's iron and gold. I don't know if we'll get to gold today. But we should be able to collect enough iron. And I think we'll go for depth here. And if we get really lucky, a coffee bean. Probably shouldn't have brought those two things with us. We don't need them. Oh, we did get a jade. Well, there you go. Who do we have to give that to? Jody. Alright, we'll make sure we keep that. Well, how fortunate. The RNG gods and goddesses smiled upon us today. But a coffee bean, so these dust guys can, on occasion, drop a coffee bean. There it is! Holy cow, life is good today. We're gonna throw a blue chicken to the RNG. It is hooking us up. I couldn't ask for more. It means we can get our coffee planted. That gives us at least a season, because coffee will grow through spring and summer, to harvest hopefully enough coffee beans that once we get our greenhouse, which is probably going to be our summer goal, is we've built pretty much all of the infrastructure I think we need now. which means we'll probably officially join the Joja membership, which is 5,000. And then we'll have to start buying the perks. I think our last infrastructure thing we really need to get done is sprinklers. And we've got a ways to go on that. That's not maybe halfway through summer, which I think might make the beginning of summer a little rougher in that we're going to have to hand water some stuff. Or maybe we just don't go crazy with the blueberries. We'll kind of play that by ear as we figure that kind of stuff out. But who knows? Or we just, you know what, let loose some of our moldy money here, and we could just buy gold, but I think it's 400 for 1 gold ore. That would mean 2,000 per sprinkler. That'd get pretty expensive, so I think we need to just get to the gold levels. So we might just need to prioritize mining now over fishing. Holy cow, we didn't open up one exit. The entire map. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Alright, the crystal dagger. Alright, what do we got? Let's see. Crystal fruit. Probably sell that stuff. Keep that. Nine o'clock. Alright, so we can get 5 more. I bet you we can get 5 more levels. Well, this will be good for combat XP, but not necessarily the best for resource collection. Alright, we should pay attention to our health. He slimed me. Blue one? I don't remember which one we needed. We only need one dwarf scroll. Alright, we are free! $10.30. That slowed us down, though. Like I said, good for combat. Not good for resource or getting down to another level. Might just need to grab our iron here and run. Let's see. We can get a quick exit. Yeah, I don't think... Yeah, 11:30. We're gonna have to get a very lucky string of ladders here for this to happen. So nope. All right, I say we head out. 63. Alright, what do we want to take back with us? Let's leave the geodes here. Coral and sea urchins we'll take with us. Can leave the food here. That can stay here. Take the stone. Okay, we're going to sell that stuff. Anything we're going to sell, let's take with us. Alright, now it's just a matter of stuff we want to store. I don't remember which one of those we need, so we'll just leave it here. That needs to be stored. Alright, that's not a bad chunk of stuff to haul home with us. Out into the rain we shall go. Sloshing through the mud trying to get home. I'm glad you don't run slower in the rain. That would be bad. Alright, let's see. Store it, store it. Store, store, store. We need to keep that. Put those in there. Okay, we must... Do we not collect any coal? That seems... No, I bet you I put it in here. Yeah, 44 coal. Okay, let's move that. Ooh, that was almost disturbing. How do we collect no coal in all of that combat? No, we just stored it. Alright. So we're looking good on iron now. We're in pretty good shape there. Coffee we'll worry about tomorrow. That needs to get delivered. Forageables we'll throw in there. Alright, let's get ourselves inside. Coffee, throw those in there. Pretty good shape. Not a lot of money, but a lot of resource today. That iron will be good. We'll get that cranking. And now we just have to get to the gold levels, and then we can make sprinklers. And that's really kind of our next big upgrade. So, all right, let's take 2 minutes. I'll be right back. All right, welcome back. We have some work to do here. Last day of spring. Raining again. And first day of summer is going to be clear and sunny. Like I said, I rather would have had these 3 rainy days right at the beginning of summer. That would have been a good way to kick off the... Okay, I think what we're going to do here, because I'm not 100% sure how I want to set up my, what you call it? I'll think of it in a second. My summer crops. There we go. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and just drop this coffee bean up here. Means I have to go out of my way a little bit to water it, but this way I know it's out of the way. Alright, so we have 5 more iron on the way. So we have 15 iron so far. So that's 15 sprinklers worth, but we need gold if we want to make sprinklers. I'd like to upgrade my axe, but I don't think I want to spend the iron on it yet. I think sprinklers first. What are we sitting on for? And if we need to make a bait maker, we can. But we'll hold off on our iron. Try to get as many sprinklers done as we can first. Okay, honestly, I don't know that we're going to do much fishing today. I think money-wise, we're okay. Should have enough. Even if I wanted to buy 128 blueberries, which I don't think we might go that far. 3264. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how many plots we put in. But even if we were going to do that, we've got enough money for that. We do have to buy chickens, but we have enough money to buy chickens as well. So I think we're fine there, which means let's go ahead and dump that. Keep that. That needs to go to Jody. We have some food. I think it's just another mining day. Yeah, that's what I think. Any strawberries? No, we got all our strawberries harvested. Which means this guy can go. Let's see, what is the... Say 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright, that might not be a bad place to put him. We'll work from that tomorrow. We'll swing down here. Jody will probably yell at us about wet feed or something like that. What's up, little man? Hi there, mister. Yeah, we're not that good of friends, I understand. Boots off before coming in. Sorry, just cleaned the floor. Well, it's good that we're always welcome. Okay, it is Jody, right? Yeah. We got a ticket as well. 600 gold in a ticket. That was well worth our time. Alright, let's go ahead and trade in our ticket. Check the board. And then we need to also look to see maybe we've got some sprinklers coming our way in here. We do not. Ooh, that's valuable though. Alright, I think we need to make it a bigger point to actually come into town more often and check the help wanted board. We've kind of been neglecting that. Looking for a topaz. This is where a strategy is. So if you're looking to complete these missions, sometimes as a strategy, I make sure I keep one of everything. That way, if somebody asks for something, I always have it. We've been in a money push here, so we've gone a different route in that we have just decided to sell everything. Just as a different way of playing. I've never really played that way before. So we've played a little bit different on this playthrough. Alright, let's rock and roll. We level combat, which means no rush in getting home tonight. I mean, we want to get home before the 2, but we don't necessarily need to be home by 12. Alright, we are going to go ahead and still take the fights here. Who knows, maybe we'll get another coffee bean. How crazy it to get that excited over a coffee bean. Wink. Right, we got our exit already. 2 exits already. Right, I think one of our little dust guys ran away. Alright, so far so good. Actually, progress has been good. Resources has been good. Spawns have been good. Can't complain about this one. Guffy, how you doing? Good to see you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you doing today? Are you getting done streaming, getting ready to stream, or just can't sleep? What brings you our way? Yay, another solar essence. I think that's 3 or 4. We'll be able to make a glowstone ring soon. I can feel it. Probably not on this stream, but we're doing actually pretty well. We're an upgrade machine. We got our backpacks, all 3 of our backpack upgrades. We're good there. We just built a chicken coop. We got that done. We are at the last day of spring. We have a steel pickaxe. So that's in good shape. 2 worm bins. We just built those. We had a good salmonberry season. That went well. Now we're trying to get resources to hopefully get ourselves sprinklers so that our summer crops we can convert over to less tedious over what our spring was like. We have enough money saved up to buy basically all the blueberry seeds that we're probably going to need. Because we'll probably just go blueberries for summer. We did get a coffee bean, so that's been planted. We also have a ancient fruit seed that we got pretty early on, like in the first week. So that's been planted. Infrastructure-wise, I think we're in pretty good shape to roll into a successful summer. That might be enough solar essences to make essences to make our first glowstone ring. So really what we need now is we need to get to the gold levels. Gold's probably our next major resource that we need to collect. But I think we're in pretty good shape, actually. Streaming a bit. Oh, very cool. Yeah, it's been the topic of discussion. I've heard, I haven't, and I don't think there's a lot of detail out there yet, but it has definitely got people excited. I'm putting myself in the cautiously optimistic. I want it. I want it to happen. I'm hoping it's awesome. I'm also trying to temper my expectations on 2 fronts. Front number 1 is when. Like, is this something that's going to happen this year? Is this something that's going to happen in 2026 and 2027? So I'm trying to make sure I keep that, you know, in check. And then what is it going to be? Are we talking about an update that is like 1.6, where it was just a huge amount of stuff that nobody expected? Or what? But yeah, it's exciting for sure. Just trying to keep myself from overhyping a little bit, but you know what? I'm just gonna take the exit. All right, we got the other slingshot. And on a, I don't know, we'll call it a little bit of a selfish standpoint. Anything that brings more, I don't know, more hype to the game means more people are going to want to watch as well. And so I don't mind more viewers. That's not a bad thing either. So. All right, we still have a little ways to go before gold. So I'm thinking quit throwing bones at me. Ooh. Run away, run away. Screenshot of the tweet, yeah. Well, the fact that they're talking about it and are saying things about it makes me hope that it's not one of those things. It's like, oh yeah, like I truly believe that there was always going to be an update. Now, that could mean an update after Haunted Chocolatier releases years from now. Like, I don't believe he would ever abandon the game, per se. So, but the fact that an announcement and they're talking about it makes me have hope that it's sooner rather than later, right? Like, maybe sometime in the next year. That would be cool. Ooh, we got jumped right there at the entrance. They were waiting for us. They heard us coming. They're like, hey, somebody's coming down the elevator. Keep an eye on that mine shaft. Otherwise, why? Why would you make an announcement like that if it wasn't imminent, right? It isn't going to happen relatively soon. So I don't know. I'm hopeful. I'm gonna have to dust off one of my old playthroughs and abandon my run here and just start playing 1.7 content. Alright, what are we at? 75 at 11:20. Do we try for 5 more? Let's see how well it goes early. Again, we've leveled, so we're not worried about the energy. We just have to get back by 2. If we get some quick exits here, we might be able to do this, but if not, we might just need to abandon and head home. We've been getting pretty timely exits. There you go, look at that. I probably shouldn't be over here fighting this guy. Alright, we'll skip the bat. 77. Alright, if we want any chance of getting home, we need to leave now, so... We're not going to get 10 more levels, or 5 more levels, but... Okay, let's see. What do we want to take with us? Actually, I think we can leave most of that stuff. It's all good. Take the dwarf scroll just in case. Hey, we got another coffee bean. All right, let's run. Ooh, it's 1:20. This is a long run. I don't think we're gonna make it. I do believe this is a pass out day. I forget how far of a run that is without minecarts. Yeah, we're not gonna make it. Should have just stayed in the mines. Alright, let's see if we can do something absolutely crazy here. Nope. That's what I expected. We need to give ourselves about an hour and a half to get home, but... Alright, level 5 mining. Let's see, what should we take? What am I feeling? Blacksmith, prospector, gems, excavator. I don't care. Gems worth 30% more. I don't really care. I think we'll probably take miner at least to start. Yeah, let's start with miner. That extra ore will help because we are grinding. We're about to hit gold, and we need to get a bunch of gold, so we'll pick that up. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back. Let's see what we have going on here. Foraging experience, we got another coffee bean. Summer. All right, we gotta start planning for the luau. We didn't save anything to put in there, so I don't know if we'll get the best result. We really should start paying attention to friendships, though, in the summer. Most of our infrastructure is in place outside of sprinklers. That's really the thing that we're missing. Let's catch up on chat. Yeah, Guffy, I agree on the viewers. You know, anything that hypes up the game, you know, yeah, that would be great. I think at least until 2.0. I would say, conservatively, he'll update Stardew Valley forever. I really do think that's going to happen. I don't think it'll ever get, like, sunset, where it's just like, it's done. But the question there gets into, like, he's not driven by the money because he doesn't need the money. So would it be worth doing just keep updating Stardew or making a Stardew Valley 2? That'd be the only thing there. Yeah, for sure. I'll take everything as well. I tend to believe nothing happens on accident, right? If an announcement takes place, they're all smart enough that they know what's going on. All right, so we still have our ancient fruit growing there. So I think we'll probably plot this section out. Maybe we just make more scarecrows and just start creating plots. But unfortunately, like I said, I think we can only make... Yeah, we can make 3 right now because we need more gold bars. And we're doing pretty well on iron. Yeah, so theoretically right now our limiting factor is gold. We've got enough to do plenty. Like we got 10 more iron bars worth of iron right there. So iron's in good shape. We just need to get ourselves down to the gold levels. Which means what we'll probably do is we'll still buy out our blueberries. We'll still plant as if we're going to have sprinklers. And then we'll just slowly start putting the sprinklers in and hand watering until we get them. That's most likely the way we're going to have to approach the summer. Which means I'll probably start clearing this area out. And we'll turn this into farmland. Our chicken coop's done, so we can buy some chickens. Yeah, that cost us $1,000, so... but yeah, probably make some more scarecrows. We'll plop another coffee bean in up here. But what I'm thinking... Okay, let's grab some tools here. Let's do a little pre-planning, if you will, before we call it a night. Tomorrow I might do a little bit of mapping. If you've never used it, there's actually a pretty cool utility. You can find it on the wiki that is like a planning software that you can go through and... Like, arguably that ancient fruit placement was pretty bad. That was a bad place to put that, but... Okay, so in general, what we're going to want to do is maybe start right along here. Yeah, let's start here. And we'll leave it one space, so it'll be 1, 2, 3. Okay, so that'd be 1, 2. 3, 4, 5. What's that? So that's 15 across. And then if we went... So 1, 2, 3, 4. We can do a 5x5 grid. That would be 25. So 25 times 8 is 200 seeds. Times 80 seeds apiece is 16,000. We have 15,500. We could pull that off, actually. Yeah, if we did like a 5x5 grid, that's a possibility. Lights and stream still running. Have a wonderful night, Lavender. Appreciate you hanging out. Take care. Okay, so if we want to go all in on blueberries, we're only about 500 away from being able to do basically a 5x5 grid. 25, yeah. Make sure I did the math on that right. 25, 8 per, 80 per, 16,000. Okay, so if we take with us, let's see. None of this is going to save, so I don't really care. So let's just dump. Dump our stuff. All right, let's go see if this is enough. It should be. We're going to mortgage everything we own here to get this going on day one. Actually, let's check blueberries. We might have a slack day in here. Growth. Okay, we have 2 days of slack. As long as we get this done by Wednesday, we would actually be okay. Because we can get 1, 2, 3, we can get 4 harvests in as long as we water every day. And then there's 2 days at the end that would just be dead days. Okay, so we technically have until Wednesday to pull this off. So as long as we get it planted, everything planted on Monday or Tuesday, we shall be okay. Well, we have quartz. Alright, let's check here to see, though. We need cave carrots. Oh, there we go. Horseradish will get us mostly there. So let's sell the horseradish. We'll keep 5. All right. 200 blueberries are doable. All right. I think we can pull this off then. That also means we need 25 sprinklers, which we are nowhere near, but through the first week of summer, that'll be our goal. We'll just keep cranking out mining until we get all the ore that we need. We're close on iron. Let's look at our... We have 14. 24, 25. Yeah, we have enough iron already. So the iron's done. We have enough quartz. Quartz won't be a problem. So I think we have... Yeah, 17 in here. 31. Okay, so we have the iron, we have the quartz, we just need the gold. Which I think we're probably 5 levels away from starting to get gold. So we'll mine for the gold. Alright, so let's do a quick layout here. Okay, so we want this to be the top row, I believe. Now, honestly, we probably should have upgraded the hoe at some point. Would make this a lot easier, but... That'll go in there. And then... Oops, it's not right. Got to double up there. There we go. Actually, that'll be on a plot, so that's not too bad either. Ended up getting a little bit lucky there. One, two, three, four, 5. Where's our axe? Probably ditched it at some point. Oops. All right. Wink, 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 wink. All right. So that'll do that. Now there would be a plot right here. If we wanted to give up one, would our scarecrow here cover? Let's take a peek. So it would go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It would go out to here. 8. And then it would go up 1, 2, 3. It would go to here. I think it would miss the corner. So I think we'll plant there. And what we'll most likely do is we'll just put scarecrows on all 4 corners. Because I think that would work. Let's see. Diagonal wise, it's 3, 4, 5. Oops. 2, 3, 4, 5. It's about 6. So if I put one on the corner, it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It would only go to here. It wouldn't hit the center. But if I put it here, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, that would go to there. Okay, so if we put 4, like 1 there, 1 there, 1 there, and 1 there, I think 4 scarecrows would cover it, which we should have the material to build. Yep, we got plenty. 51, 52, barely, but we do have the material to build it. Because we've got coal in the other chest. And we only need 3. Okay. So probably 4 scarecrows. This plot will work. Because this one would be... There we go. And this one we'll just leave. Because that's our ancient fruit. We want that to grow. So we'll only need 199 blueberries. But that's fine. Okay. I think that's our plan for summer planting. Z, are you still with us? Tried to join your Discord, my friend, but it says that the link has expired. Oh, that's rough. So are you, what's your streaming plans? What's your schedule looking like? I've got a few more things to hit here, but I'm about done. Okay, so you're setting up now? Okay, just keep me in the loop. Let me know. I've got a few more things to finish up still, so no rush. But if I can, I will happily raid you. You have set your stream up to be raided, right? Have we raided you before? I can't remember if we have or not. Alright, but this will be our money maker. Blueberries. So let's see. So theoretically, based off of this, We're talking about 200 blueberries times... Let's just use the base price of 55. We won't count any of the times. We should be able to get 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, so our 16,000 investment in blueberries should yield us 44,000 over the summer. It's okay. It's not a bad rate of return. Oh, no worries. No worries. I understand sound issues. Hey, Nancy, have a wonderful night. If you're cutting out. No worries. No worries. Okay. So thing number 1. Let's get this in our spreadsheet so I don't forget it. Buy 200 blueberry seeds. Build 5x5 quality sprinkler setup. Build 3 scarecrows. We need mine lots of gold. Gold is our limiting factor right now. We have everything else we need for the sprinklers. So what this is going to do to us is, at least for the first the first week until we get the gold, we're just going to have to manually water this, and it's going to suck. But blueberries are a regrowth crop, so we want to get them in as soon as we can. So we don't want to mess around and wait. And right now, blueberries is probably about the most profitable crop we can put in. I mean, starfruit is better, but we can't get that yet. Red cabbage, we can't get that, but it's not better. So yeah, this is going to be our most profitable way to go, at least for planting. We'll have our 2 coffees, and then the other thing that we'll shoot for over the summer then is to get our greenhouse set up. We'll harvest this ancient fruit as long as we can, start converting that over. When do we get the seed maker? Farming level 9. The nice part about coffee is you don't have to make seeds out of it. You just plant the coffee beans. That's why I like coffee. Farming level 9. That's within striking distance. We get some harvests in here. That'll hit. Probably by the end of summer. We could definitely be there. That's possible as well. All right, let's do our run through the valley like we do. And let's see what we've got going on. So we obviously have all new forageables, all that kind of stuff that we can forage. But we're not doing the community center, so we don't worry too much about the collection. This will probably open up over the summer, if I recall. We might want to build a barn. I'm going to put a question mark on that. Not a high priority, but definitely one that we're going to want to get onto here. All right, I think we need to get to... We've got to be close. We need, I think, level 80. We go to the fire levels, and that's where gold is. And we're at 75. Okay. We're right on the cusp of being able to do that. Ooh, it's already 7:40 p.m. Holy cow. Here's what we're going to do. I'm not saving that day anyway. Oh, let's see. Who was it was asking? Was it Soulfire? Yeah, Soulfire. Are you still here? You still hanging out with us? We'll pop into this farm. This is my original vanilla farm. This is our first playthrough farm. So Soulfire was asking about master planning my farm. So this is our setup on this farm. We've got animals, right? So we've got our bluegrass set up with our grid system that keeps them from eating all that. We've got 3 Junimo huts. I believe this is all coffee, if I had to guess. Yeah, we've got some coffee going. We have more coffee on this farm than we know what to do with. I think there's like 150,000 coffee beans, something like that. These are all Legend 2. So we've got 8 Legend 2 things here. Down here is our setup for... What do we have down here? Yeah, this is for the prismatic... Not prismatic, the color quest for Qui. We've got that set up. This is probably... I'm gonna guess this is all ancient fruit wine. If I had to guess. That's also probably all ancient fruit wine. Oh, this is our haunted cursed room that we built. We've got our slime hutch over here, which is just crazy. And then we do have some blue discus stingrays over here that we can harvest. Then we've got our row set up here at the bottom. We've got our coffee set up. We've got our stuff going on here. Again, different machines with all hoppers. So everything's hopper fed, right? Our cheese presses, our mayonnaise machines, all set up there. Our greenhouse, I believe... I don't remember what that is. Don't remember. It looks like we've replanted it relatively recently for something. I don't recognize the plant is all. So yes, this is kind of our master planned version, I guess. And then out on the island, we have ancient fruit. All right, so this is our ancient fruit setup. We've got our bananas, we've got our mangoes going on out here. And then I can't remember, did we do anything with the desert on this farm? We've got Mystic, we've got tea. Oh yeah, we have all of our trees planted, but they're not all tapped. We definitely have a bit of a mess up here, actually. Looks like I have not been maintaining this. Or I wasn't the last time we played this save. It's been a while since I played this save. So there you go. If this is my version of a master planned farm. And then again, we have a Junimo room, we have a wizard room, we have a trophy room. More trophy stuff. We've got a chicken rave room. Hey, you know what? We can chicken rave in here. I don't have the mod that gives me everything, but we can probably find something in here to rave to. I do miss the... Oh, we could do Emily's dance. I don't know if we have... Yeah, we only have the Poppy version of Sam's Band. I don't think we have the... The mod gives us access to everything. This doesn't give us everything, so... let's see. Let's do a classic. Emily's Dance is one of our classics, so... There we go. Old school. I can dance. So this was our original chicken rave room. Back when we were playing vanilla. This is where the chicken rave was born. Is in this particular room right here. Yeah, this is our... Again, this is the very, very first playthrough. The very first stream. It's definitely colorful. This was pre-Joja Rave. We weren't even thinking about Joja at this point. Let's see. We got our fish tanks over here. So we have all of our Legends and Legend 2 fish in here. Just fish that we liked are what the rest of them are. And I'm gonna guess we probably have more. Yep. So we have kind of cheese right here. And then the rest of it is probably ancient fruit wine. So this is it. This is the original playthrough that we did, so. But anyway, the reason I popped in here is somebody was asking, I think it was Soulfire was asking, like, how would I set up my infrastructure? This was my first attempt. I'm gonna guess, and again, this is the standard farm as well. So I'm gonna guess it's gonna look something like this as we slowly get things built out. I don't think I really have anything down here. We just let this go wild down here. So we didn't even fill up the whole thing. But again, we have an insane amount of coffee in this farm. And I think probably up here. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. We have like 4,000 in each of these hoppers. But it does take extra time, right? You have to actually manually harvest things. That's why we have so many of some of this stuff. But there we go. So that's what it looks like when I build out a master planned community, if you will. All right, but back to our farm. Oh, it looks like Z went live. First time playing Stardew Valley. Okay, let's see. Let's pop into town real quick. The last thing I really needed to do is check the board, the help wanted board. I think that's about it. I think we're in good shape otherwise. Oh, the quartz. Okay, we did see that. So we're good there as well. All right, so take quartz to Lewis. Let's put that on there because we can do that while we're buying seeds. Okay, so I think our major components... let's move me back over there. Our major components are going to be blueberry infrastructure. We can get 200 blueberry seeds in. We'll build out our sprinkler setup. We have about 2 days, 3 days to get that done. As long as we get that done by Wednesday, we won't lose a harvest. If it takes us longer than that, we would lose a harvest. Hey, Nancy, have a wonderful rest of your night. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. We appreciate it. We'll throw you your last blue chicken of the night. Enjoy. Have a good night. We need to mine lots of gold. That's probably going to be our activity. So I think gold and blueberries. I think that's going to be the theme. Blueberries and gold. All right, looks like she is just loading up her first playthrough. Day one. Okay. Let's go ahead and get our raid set up here. Let's make sure she's raidable. Otherwise, I'm going to have to walk her through that. Redirect. Where are you at, Z? Yes, we can raid her. Awesome, awesome. All right, I think that's going to do it for us. I want to say thank you all for hanging out with us. We do appreciate the support. Thank you for a great conversation tonight. Hopefully we will see some interesting news come out over the whole big announcement on, you know, updates and 1.7s and things like that. So we'll see where that goes. Let's see. Let's open that. There we go. That being said, thank you for being a positive part of our gaming community. Thank you for being part of our gaming community as a whole. We do appreciate that. We do believe that... Oops, hold on, let me pull... gaming can be a great positive influence on our lives, on each other's lives, and on society. We should get an auto forward over to Z's stream, but in case we don't, I'll throw the link in the chat there as well. I think we'll just do... She knows us, so let's do... oops, I shouldn't have hit that one, but anyway, let's just do a chicken rave, or chicken raid. How's that sound? Let's do chicken raid. All right, copy that. There we go. We're good to go there. All right. Well, I'm going to leave you like we always do. Thank you for being part of our community. Go watch, play, or create something great. We'll be back into Stardew tomorrow. And Wednesday night is slotted to be Yard Sale Simulator, maybe Monday. I'm going to try to work out tomorrow an actual calendar for next week and see when we play what. But definitely tomorrow night will be Stardew. Maybe Monday. I don't know. We'll see where things go. But with that being said, we're going to go ahead and say thank you. Have a wonderful rest of your night. We'll see you over on Z's stream. Take care, everybody.